for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay. I apologize. Thank you so much for all of your help. Appreciate it. Thank you, Ms. Fuller. Sure. Okay. So what I was starting to say was that it was very nice to see. We have our new staff orientation going on all week at the high school, and it was very nice to see a little sense of normalcy around here. And it was exciting to welcome the new staff members that were coming in. And Ms. Weldon is in charge of that, right? She's heading that up, and she's doing a great job. And they were a lot of very excited people to be here, and we were very excited to welcome them. So I just wanted to touch on that. The other thing I want to just lay some ground rules. I know we have 311 people at the moment, or 312 here, and just go over a little bit of public comment and the way that things are done for many people that haven't been on here in the past. We have 2 public comment sessions that happen during this meeting. One will be after the superintendent's the school business administrator's report at the beginning of the meeting on any agenda item. So any item that we've spoken about during those 2 reports or something that is written on the agenda for this evening, you may ask a question, make a comment at that time. If that is not the case, if it's something that doesn't have to do with anything we've talked about or that is on the agenda, there's a public comment session at the end of the meeting. The way we run public comment, if you have a public comment, please send a chat message to Mr. Dietrich. He is our, Jim Dietrich is his name on the screen. He is the person in charge of this meeting. He is the one who will tell me who is next in line. When you are called upon, please state your name and address for the record, and we will take your public comment. We will not be answering to any of the questions or comments in the chat, as we cannot do so. We have to keep a record of what the comments are, so we won't be going through the chat. So please don't put your question in the chat. Please just chat to Mr. Dietrich. I think those are the other thing I just want to say. I know that anxiety is high right now. It's high for us. It's high for you, and we understand that, but please remember to be respectful when you're making your comments. As you know, everyone here is trying to do the best we can for our kids and for our district, and we would just appreciate that everything is respectful this evening. So I think that's all I have for the President's report, and we'll get started with Dr. Stankiewicz for his Superintendent's report.
Okay, so thank you, Ms. McGovern. So tonight, what's on the agenda for the board's consideration is a revision to our district reopening plan, which would, as I outlined in my letter to families yesterday, would push back the start of in-person instruction till September 14th. We outlined, why we felt that was necessary. The primary reason really to ensure that we had the staffing in place to be able to address the number of leave requests that we received under the FFCRA, which is the Families First Coronavirus Response Act, that's federal act, and also some existing FMLA leaves that that we've had. I can go through the specifics in terms of where we stand right this moment, and I want to stress at this moment, because it does change, and I'm sure will change from day to day, hour to hour, minute to minute. So where we are right now is under FFCRA, and those are, so that everybody understands what that covers. That covers staff members who they themselves perhaps have a medical issue, or a family member has a medical issue where being exposed and contracting COVID-19 could put them at a more increased risk for serious illness. It also covers child care issues if the child school closes. Those are the primary protections under the FFCRA. So at this point, we have 31 staff members who have filed for leave under FFCRA, 27 of whom are classroom, or no, let me take that back, 27 of whom are certificated staff members. That means not all of them are classroom teachers, but they are certificated staff members. Of those 27, we currently have 8 positions covered, and we are still looking to cover 19 of those positions. Some of those we will be able to cover internally. I don't have an exact number on that. It's dependent on a couple of different factors, but we will be able to cover some of those internally. So leaving, like I said, 19 of those 27 certificated staff members still yet to be covered. In addition, we have FMLA, that's the Family Medical Leave Act, and we had 6 people who had applied there, 3 covered, 3 still uncovered. So at this point, we have about 21 staff members that are technically uncovered. Like I said, some of those will be covered, be able to be covered internally by repurposing some positions. When I say covered internally, that doesn't mean a staff member being asked to cover a class. That means we'll be able to repurpose some people internally to be able to cover those positions. So that's where we stand as far as how many leave requests we've had, how many people are covered, and how many are left uncovered. So to kind of sum up, if I can put FFCRA and FMLA together, it's 37 who requested leaves, 11 covered, and 22 that are still to be covered. And that being said, there still is the possibility of more leave requests. That is absolutely still a possibility. I would like to be able to say that that's a final number, but that is not a final number at this point. Because as I've said in all of the correspondence, it's all very fluid. It's a very fluid situation, and it changes rapidly and throughout the day. That 31 number moved several times today, so it'll continue to move. So that's where we are. So we believe that's the primary reason that we feel that this delay in in-person instruction is necessary. I also mentioned that we are waiting on our trifolds, which we believe, well, as I said in my letter, it's not a required piece of equipment. We believe it's an important piece of health and safety equipment that we're waiting on, which is scheduled to be delivered on September 1st. There's no reason to believe that they won't come on the 1st. However, we want to make sure that we have things in place, and it just buys us a little bit of a buffer to be able to, the 14th gives us that buffer in case there are any delays in shipping. Plus we've ordered, 1,500 of these things, so when they come, they're going to need time to unpack and what have you. So it just buys us a little bit more time there. And then once again, I think just the very practical reason of, teachers have not been in classrooms, and certainly kids have not been in classrooms, and we are certainly cognizant of that and recognize that. But teachers have not been in classrooms, staff members have not been in buildings in many cases since March 13th when we left. And so, there's certainly a lot of, I think, anxiety on the parts of staff members, and we want to make sure they want, first and foremost, they want to make sure they are ready for the kids and that they can address the kids' needs, and we want to help them and support them in whatever way we can do that, because ultimately, we see that pushing back in-person instruction a week hopefully buys us more time of in-person instruction down the line. That's the goal. Those remote days from the 3rd. And I do see my friend Daniel from the Asbury Park Press on the line here. Hi, Daniel. Good to see you. But I do want to say your paper has kind of screwed up our plan that you posted. So we're going to fix that hopefully online. So let me clarify just so everybody is clear. When we're on remote days, we are running an early dismissal schedule. That's our plan on the remote days. But once we start in person, so that would be on the Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, and Friday, starting on the 14th. Those are full days of school. So I just want to make that clear because I know it was reported that we were running an all early dismissal schedule. That's not accurate. So only during the remote days.
Only during through the 11th remote.
Through the 11th, but our Wednesdays are early dismissal
Correct.
days as well.
But on the days, if your cohort is not there and you're home virtual, it's a full day.
I don't consider that
After
an
the
all
11th.
remote day.
Okay.
So, right. So yeah. Let me just be clear. On
Okay.
Mondays, Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Fridays, I don't consider those all remote
Okay,
days.
gotcha.
Those are the hybrid in-person days, and so they are full days of school. While, however, from the 3rd through the 11th, and then again each Wednesday, subsequent Wednesday, we will be running early dismissals because of the all remote piece. Okay. So that's kind of where we are with that. Now, one thing that I want to discuss also with the board this evening is something that we think we're able to do as certainly the staff knows, and at this point many members of the public know. The board at the last meeting agreed to extend the opportunity for staff members who live in town and their kids attend the school, the opportunity to have the kids come 4 days a week. And of course the purpose of that was to provide a child care option so that staff members would not have to request leave requests under FFCRA. And that was pretty successful. We did have a number of people who were planning to take leaves that did not have to as a result of that. That was something. So we'd like to really extend that to our staff members. Not that exact thing, because if you're not enrolled in the schools, we can't do that. We can't have you attend the classes. However, after a lot of discussion and consultation with attorneys and other folks, what we believe we can do, and what we would like to do for our staff members who do not live in the community, whose kids are not going to our schools, but will need a place to do their online work from their schools, because many of them are on hybrid schedules as well, is we believe that we can make a space available at the elementary schools. And by the way, I'm talking about kids, school-age kids, so we're looking at basically K through 5, we may be able to extend some of this to grade 6 and 7 and 8 on a limited basis, but primarily K through 5, and if there's some 6, 7, and 8, we can certainly discuss that. But the idea would be that we can make a space available and have a supervised space using a substitute. And I know you'll say, well, where are the substitutes coming from if we can't cover? Well, obviously the hope here is staff members who fall in this category, that if they no longer need to take a leave of absence, or can no longer take a leave of absence because we provided this option for them, that will open up some of our substitutes. And so the idea, of course, or I'm going to be covering a room, whichever it might be, but which I'm happy to do. But the idea would be they could come with their computers, with their earphones, and if we could provide a safe and secure environment for kids to come and do their schoolwork while their parents are teaching in our schools. And ideally, we would have the child at the school where their parent is teaching. However, we do think that I don't know whether we would have younger kids at the high school, or perhaps even in the intermediate school, perhaps maybe 5th grade. So we can talk about those details, but we wanted to extend that opportunity, because once again, this we believe will hopefully enable us to not have some teachers who were planning on taking leave because of childcare not have to then take that leave, and it keeps you in the classroom where I know you want to be, working with kids and benefiting the entire school community. So that's something that I think the board will be looking at later this evening and voting on later this evening to see if that's something that we can do. So that's the motivation behind the change. Now, let me also remind the public that Delaying in-person instruction was not an option prior to August 12th. August 12th is when the governor did make all remote, with very good reason, an option for districts. And you know, in my correspondence right after that, I was very hopeful that we would not need to, you know, have to extend. But obviously, since that time, the leave requests that have come in, you know, have brought us to the point where we think that, you know, that we need to go. Now, I also want to be very clear and to say that while I'm hopeful, I can't guarantee in any way that we will be able to fill all those positions by that time. But we are hopeful that we will be able to. We are hopeful that based on by pushing back the week, plus doing some of these things that we're trying to do in terms of securing childcare for our staff members, that will alleviate some of that burden, and we will be able to cover what we need to cover.
But also to be very clear, it is the board's, I believe I can speak for the board in saying this, it is the board's intention as well as the administration's intention to get our kids back to school as fast as we can and as safely as we can.
Absolutely.
And our intention is not to delay 2 weeks now and then delay 2 weeks again and delay. If there, you know, it is our intention, and as you said, hope that we can get kids back to a hybrid model, which is hopefully going to go to a full-time model at some point. That is the wish that we all have.
I think that's the wish of the entire school community. I think our teachers want that, our parents want that. I think many of our kids want that. I've spoken to many of our kids about it. I think the administration wants that, the board wants that, there's no doubt about it. And we have, I believe we have met the safety guidelines as put forth by the Department of Education in order to return to school. We submitted our plan at the beginning, back on July 28th, and the board voted upon it, and I think it's a good plan and a firm plan and a solid plan. But of course, contingent upon that plan, obviously, is having qualified staff members in our classrooms to be able to teach our kids. And so, you know, the leave requests that we've had, while certainly not as many as some other districts in the state who, you know, that have been very public about how many leave requests they've had, we're certainly not at that place. However, we are at a place where we felt it necessary to pause for the 6 school days that we are recommending here, and you know, work to try to get things covered. And as I said in my letter yesterday, we are going to do everything that we possibly can to make sure that we can do that.
I want to just open it up to any board members that might have any questions for Dr. Spankowitz while we're doing this. And I do also, before we do that, I just want to say thank you and Ken for following up with our attorneys and really trying everything we could do for, you know, to try and get childcare and help.
Well, if I may, we just heard the frustration on the part of our staff members who want to be here. They want to be in school, but they don't have other options, and so we really are trying to find options for them. But we also understand, and I want to say too, that we understand that this whole situation also creates a significant burden for a lot of families and a lot of parents, and we are very cognizant of that. And that we don't make this decision lightly in making this recommendation. You know, we were hopeful that the 6 days would not present too much of an additional burden on the part of our families as well, because we certainly recognize, you know, some other districts are doing this and they're going 2 weeks, 3 weeks, 4 weeks. You know, we really want to get our kids back at school, and you know, so we recognize that this is puts a lot of our families in a difficult situation as well.
Mrs. Gilman.
Jim, in keeping with what you just said, I know that there are staff members who are anxious to come back, but because of underlying health reasons may not be able to come into the building. Why couldn't they teach remotely to help fill that number of uncovered classes? They are not COVID positive, and they could certainly teach remotely since we did it in the spring.
Well, just a reminder, when we did it in the spring, everyone was home. All the kids were home. Right now, the vast majority of kids are planning to attend. 80% of our kids are planning to attend in person. We looked at numbers, and there's a lot of imbalances for us to be. If we had a teacher teaching remotely, they could be teaching remotely to 10 kids, while their colleagues here would have now class sizes of 25 to 30 each, because it just doesn't balance out from at the elementary level, for example. So at this point, we don't believe that a reasonable accommodation for a staff member that falls into the category that you just mentioned is feasible. We don't believe that's a reasonable accommodation. Now, but the board did allow for extended leave opportunities for those individuals. So we did, of course, try to address their situations, that being in the class, that they or someone that they live with may have a condition that the CDC has determined to perhaps put them at an increased risk or potential increased risk for complications, more serious complications due to potentially, if they were to contract COVID.
Thank you.
But that is something we looked at. But at this point, we don't believe that it's a feasible and reasonable accommodation.
Is your hand up, or you're just?
My hand is up.
Okay.
Your hand is up. Just some questions and some comments. Dr. Spinkwitz, I believe you addressed this on our reopening task force meeting last week, but are you able to share in this setting the breakdown of those leave requests between child care and health care concerns, so that we understand how many we could resolve for child care?
It's about half. It's about half. It's about 15 and 16, I think. 15 child care, 16 health related.
Okay. So
and I can't say that all 15 would be resolved,
that's
but
the potential that could be solved.
Yes.
Through other child care that we assist with, or
correct.
We identify them.
Correct. And realize too, as other districts may change what they're doing, that may change a staff member's child care situation.
Sure.
So, even though we said, we had a deadline for these things a few weeks ago, but it was a soft deadline because it was always changing. We were hopeful that people who knew what their situation would be would let us know, and many did, and we appreciate that because it helps us to be able to plan. But there's always an unexpected situation that may result in someone having to request a leave tomorrow or next week or whatever it may be. So, but yes, it's about a half-half situation at this point.
And do you think that, is there any delay being caused by the backlog of fingerprinting with our ability to recruit substitutes? And is that something that you think we need to engage either our legislative delegation or others to try and help?
There was a delay with new hires as far as fingerprinting. There is a backlog there. However, we've requested emergent hire requests with the county superintendent, and they appear to be approved, and so that would alleviate that problem.
Okay. And then on the plexiglass, I know we've ordered 1,500 or so.
About 1,600 total. We have some in right now.
But how many of those, because you talked about 1,500 more coming in and the time for installation, how many were you expecting that needed to be installed immediately? Because I know some of this has to do with the circumstances of the classroom, the teachers would like to, and also for children who, for one reason or another, are not able to wear a mask.
Right.
So of those 1,600, were you expecting that we were going to install all of them?
Well, they're trifold, so they don't need an installation, which is good. But we do. No, but that's important because in some cases we have installed plexiglass in secretaries' desks and things like that. So I want people to understand this is not something that would require a significant amount of time. I mean, the unfolding of the pulling out of 1,500 plexiglass is a lot, But what we have talked about is particularly for younger children is we may need to install some Velcro and things to help make sure they're secure on a desk. But yes, we envision that we had about 70 students district-wide that for health reasons, which is a small amount district-wide, but there's about 70 students who are not going to be able to wear a mask. They could wear a face shield, and we believe that the plexiglass trifold will provide that other layer of protection. We do think that during lunch times there may be the opportunity, particularly at the elementary level, where kids are eating in their classrooms, and just once again another layer of protection because kids take their masks off that time when they're eating.
So we do think we would put them on all elementary desks?
For at least part of the day, maybe during lunch, something like that. I think that was something that was talked about. I don't think it's not a requirement, but it is something that we could do. Once again, just to provide another layer of protection. I mean, if we have them, sure. Why not?
Okay.
But that's and also some teachers have asked for them for their desks as well, because we do have some staff members who are wearing a mask.
Yeah, I guess what I'm just trying to figure out is that delta between the 90 that we have in and the 1,500 that are coming. How many more do we need to satisfy what's been requested, and how many more are for us to then fill in as we decide we need more?
Well, I think the majority of that is for us to provide extra layers of protection than that they would be necessary. I think it's more about providing it because we have them, we've ordered them, and we think it will provide just another layer where, it's during eating, where things like that. Because, we have them, so we should certainly use them where it makes sense to use them.
Okay. We don't need them all.
Right, what I'm saying is that
Right.
if we have 600 in by the 11th,
Right.
then
Right,
we're okay.
right, yes.
Because
I think we
need.
I mean,
I think we
600
need
is
more
just
than
a number.
90, but
Right.
we may not need, we certainly may not need all 1,500.
Right.
But we're supposed to get, I want to be also clear, we are supposed to get all 1,500
Together.
on the first.
Yes, it's one shipment.
Right.
Yeah.
But if they didn't come that way, if
Yeah,
we
and
got
it,
half. or
and it,
something
right,
like
and
that,
they said
yeah.
it could be the end of that week, the way it's looking right now. So they're still hoping for the first, but that's the third is what we talked about, the first to the third.
Right.
And that was important, because once again, okay, the third was going to be the first day of in person, and once again, it's not that they were, we could have done it. The staffing here is the biggest issue, but the trifold piece is part of it. We want to make sure
Well, especially
that
because those days wouldn't have included meals.
correct, absolutely correct. They would not have, but we have been as people have asked us questions about, what are you going to do if a child doesn't have a mask? What are you going to do about this? What are you going to do about that? And we have talked about the trifold as being a solution. And we felt that if they weren't there on the first day of school, that just, that wasn't where we wanted to be, if they were held up. So that's another part of why we feel this delay is necessary.
Could I ask Ken to give us an update as to where we are with webcams? Because I know that's something that a lot of people have asked about. I mean, we do have the option, obviously, for laptops and other resources, but maybe we could kind of set things straight as to where we are and what our options are if all webcams aren't here, whether it's by the 14th or whenever.
Okay, I believe, and Kelly may know a little bit more, but I believe we're looking at another 10 days before we had to switch. I think we talked about this in the task force. The original webcams that we had ordered, we ended up having to cancel the order. They were supposed to come in August 15th. We ordered them, a month or so ago, and because of all the difficulties with manufacturing overseas and things of that nature, we ended up having to find another webcam, and it wasn't easy to find a suitable replacement. And so I believe where we are now is that we're looking at, I think it was another 10 days before delivery. So I think we're okay for the 14th for webcams. We also have to cable them, so we have to run cables. There's there's an attachment, so there's an installation also. But we were starting to work, getting the cable in. We're starting to work on the part of the installation now, and to try to be ready. So there's more involved than just, when they first, when we get the shipment.
But I think also, if I may, to your point, we have other options if they don't arrive. We have the computers, we have laptops, our supervisors will work with our teachers. And that's another thing. This is another delivery method. The synchronous delivery of instruction is very new for everyone. And that week will allow our teachers to get into their classrooms and be able to practice on things and really kind of get more familiar with all of the equipment that they'll need prior to the kids, half of the kids arriving on the 14th. And
So to confirm, staff members will be in the building starting on September 1st?
Yes, with some exceptions. There will be some exceptions to that. Obviously, if some people have requested medical leaves because they can't, they might have a condition, they don't want to expose themselves to the building or whatever, we will be able to have them participate virtually. You might ask, what's the difference between that and when the kids are here? Well, the difference is because the kids aren't here. So a reasonable accommodation when the kids aren't here is that they can work from home. But once they're here, that becomes a different situation. So we will be able to have staff members work with the kids for that time. The majority of whom will be in person in their building, and some will be able to work virtually.
Jane, of those 1,500 shields, are any of those for the buses? Does every bus driver have a shield in place?
I will let Ken answer that question if that is okay.
There are two different orders, but we do have a shield for the back of the bus on order. They will not be here most likely even for the 14th. That's looking for probably about the third week in September.
By the third week in September. So
Approximately.
students riding the bus will not have that shield.
Oh no! What we ordered is just the bus drivers. Not we plan on skipping rows of students. Of course, they'll be wearing masks. So there's no there's nothing to mandate that we have to have a divider between each seat. But that was something that the bus drivers did request, and we went ahead with that. But the delivery time, especially it's more difficult on a bus because the Department of Transportation gets involved in approvals and inspections and things like that. But they are coming, but they're a little bit behind the trifolds.
Mr. Weinstein.
Oh, thanks. First of all, on the staff that may opt not to come in for medical reasons, us having substitutes is not a one-to-one relationship, right? That's not necessarily what we may need. Is that correct? Meaning that if
I'm sorry. Can you?
I thought that I was under the impression that some we might not have to replace with a substitute, some we could.
We have some staff members. Like I said, we may be able to repurpose some folks internally that can cover some of the positions.
Right.
So we won't need a substitute.
We don't
for
need
every
one to
positions.
one, right? There's not a one-to-one burden that we have this time, right? The other thing I just want to, because a lot of people have been on this call before, and other people have joined, and things are going on in the community, and a lot of things are being written. So just to be clear with everybody, masks are going to be worn.
Masks are mandated. Masks are mandated. First of all,
that's right.
Let me say this.
But
they were mandated as part of our plan.
Let me
and then the governor mandated.
Let me finish my thing. Right.
Yeah.
So we're filing the guidelines that have been handed down to us. Which is wear a mask, bus drivers wear a mask, kids wear a mask,
Correct.
teachers wear a mask.
Yes.
Right? There may be situations where kids have to fuddle with a mask, and therefore we'll have them surrounded by plexiglass or something like that. Right? We have a lot of security in the school, right? So people wear a mask, kids wearing masks, we're not going to be in danger, right? But this is not subjective, right? This is what we're doing.
As far as masks,
correct.
masks are to be worn. Now, there are exceptions, and those are laid out in our plan.
But bus drivers are wearing masks.
Bus drivers are absolutely wearing masks.
Great. Okay.
Teachers are wearing masks. Kids are wearing masks. Administrators are wearing masks. Cafeteria folks are wearing masks. Everybody's wearing masks. But
because a lot of things have been said about the health of people wearing masks, the disruptiveness. you know, all
Well,
that
once
kind of
again,
stuff.
they're mandated. It was the overwhelming feeling of our task force that masks be mandated
Right.
and that they be worn. We carried out that feeling from our reopening task force, and then the governor probably shortly after we approved our plan, then mandated masks. But there will be some students, because of medical reasons, because it inhibits their health in some way, that will not be wearing masks. And we know that. We know who they are. Our staff will know who they are. And however, we also know that younger kids, some students with special needs, I mean, that's outlined in the road back and all that it will be difficult for them to maintain wearing a mask all the time. So we will work with them, and they will work on strategies to help students to be able to develop the stamina to keep
Yeah, I'm
masks on.
asking more because it's really not up for discussion. People can say people can give their opinion about it, but right now we're not really discussing that. Right?
Correct.
We're on this.
It's
on
a
this
mandate.
plan.
It's
And
what's
so I just want to
mandated.
make sure that the public knows that and, on our position. So
It
it's
is
100%.
it is a mandate, without question.
Okay, great, thanks.
I would like another curiosity, unless the board members are on.
I was just double checking if any board members that are at home have anything they would like to. No? Good? Okay. All right, Ms. Gilman.
Back to the webcam. So worst case scenario, they don't come in, they're not hooked up in time. The teacher's up in front teaching a lesson synchronously, and students at home are not able to access it. How will we ensure that they get the lesson? Will it then turn to a Zoom class, or?
Well, that's basically how it will work in that way. I mean, the worst case scenario is we would have to move to some form of asynchronous delivery. Where a teacher can post on Google Classroom the lesson for the students at home, and post an assignment, say, and then have to work with the kids live. I mean, that's the worst case scenario if the technology just fails us altogether.
Right, it doesn't have to be interactive. It could be where they're
Right,
looking
but
at
it's
something.
our desire
It's
to
on-
have it be
Right,
interactive.
but
We
they're,
feel that
they're,
that
they're
would
basically
be-
working on the same plan. It's just that they're not basically seeing the interaction as the teacher is doing it.
And if that's the case, we would work for that to be a temporary, like if there's a problem, that would be a temporary problem that we would look to fix. And because we believe that the synchronous piece is very important. But obviously, expect glitches, expect issues, we are, once again, I want to just stress, it's never been done before. We can't, day one of hybrid learning, the only thing I can guarantee about it is that there will be problems somewhere in the district related to technology or this or that, or a child couldn't get on, or it's going to happen. There's no doubt about it. It's going to take a little bit of time to work out those kinks and to work out some of those things. There's no doubt that that's going to be the case. But our tech team is outstanding. Our teachers are incredibly innovative. We will work it out just like we did in the spring when we went to all remote. I mean, I've said it many times. If we had as much time to think about all remote as we had to think about this, we just had to do it, and we did it, and every day people got more comfortable, and every day people learned, used innovation to make their delivery of instruction better for kids. And there's not a doubt in my mind that our staff can do that again. And I think we can certainly provide the environment that's safe for them to do that within. There's not a doubt about it in my mind. But it really comes down to having them there to do it. But I think once we can get them there, I think we can make it happen.
Ms. Fuller.
Thank you. I mean, I had the opportunity to serve on the task force, and I'm thankful that I was able to do so. And I think my biggest concern with this delay is that we need to give the families some level of predictability and certainty, right? And so we're saying today that now we're certain can be that we can open on the 14th, but a month ago or whatever, correct me on my dates, when we voted on this plan, we were very comfortable that the 3rd and the 4th we were going able to do this. And, you know, this is, I don't believe that school is childcare, and I don't mean to imply that, but people do need to figure out many people are back at work. Many people are back at work in person, right? So it is very different than when we went all remote in March, when the governor was shutting down schools and shutting down the state, and people were forced to be home. So it was a very different set of circumstances people needed to deal with. Now we were kind of on the tail end of that, and people are faced with very different considerations, and we're seeing, you know, education pods opening up and places offering to have your kids do remote learning that are charging astronomical amounts of money. And what people are confronted with making these choices of, what days is it just this week that I need to figure it out? Is it going to keep slipping? And my fear is that the 14th becomes the 21st, becomes and the longer we wait, the harder it is to get back, because I think part of what you said is that there are going to be problems, and the only way we're going to work through them is dealing with the actual situation that we're dealing with, right? The only things we're going to know what we need to fix is by knowing what we need to fix. And so I feel like, for me, the biggest concern is giving the families and the parents and the kids some level of predictability of what is actually going to be happening, because these kids were pulled from the classroom in the middle of March, they haven't been back. And for them to then have to start another year remotely, and with this hope of the 14th, and then if we take that away again, you know, it's just, it's not fair for us to be doing to the families and to the kids as well. And I would ask again, and I know it's been considered, and I think it's been decided that it's not feasible, but you know, that third and the fourth, the intention was always going to be that we were splitting the cohorts on the third and the fourth. There were going to be half days. There were going to be days for kids to kind of reacclimate themselves with being back in a school building, for them to walk through the flow of the day, for them to meet their teachers, for them to reconnect with the school building. And so, you know, I had asked that why couldn't we then shift that to the 10th and 11th, the following Thursday and Friday, so that we could have that kind of orientation for the kids. And I guess, and I put that out there again as something to be considered, because then instead, when they do go back on the 14th, that's when that's going to happen, right? So we're switching from the third and the fourth just being the half days, and the next day being full days, to the third and the fourth are half days, the next week's half days. We're not in the buildings till the 14th, and that's when this is all just going to start. Understanding the routines, the temperature taking, the one-way hallways, and the masks, and all of that, getting your books, all of that doesn't start in person until the 14th. And I just think about all the time that we're really losing between what we had thought was going to be the 4th and is now becoming the 14th. And so, you know, there would be something for the kids being able to meet their teachers in person too, and for them to have that sense of reconnecting with their classrooms. I just put that out there for consideration again.
I appreciate that, and we really did talk about that administratively, and you know, at the end of the day, and I think there's value and merit to what you're saying. I really do. I think at the end of the day, you know, we just felt that extra time in those couple of days is you know, just kind of outweighs that a little bit, and is why, you know, why we settled on the 14th. But I appreciate what you're saying, and I do think there's a lot of value in what you're saying.
Extra days because we won't have teachers?
The more time, those few extra days can mean a lot in that regard, yes.
Do we know if there will be, if there's a point that you will have, I know that the thought is not to go back, and we don't want to go beyond the 14th, but is there a deadline in your mind or in the administration's mind of, if we have to push back any further, what date that will be given to families so that they can plan further? Or no, because we don't want to.
I think obviously I would think by our next board meeting on the 8th, you know, we would have a pretty good idea of where we are. You remember, there's holidays, there's Labor Day, there's a lot of things going on, but I would think by that time we would have.
Okay, so by the 8th, we would know. Okay.
I would hope that by the 8th, yes. I mean, I apologize. I don't mean to not be 100% definitive, but I have learned, if I've learned anything over these last X number of months, is that it's very hard to give a 100% definitive answer about anything. So I can give you my best feeling on something, my best educated guess on something. I certainly believe that by the 8th, we would have a very good idea of where we stand.
Oh, let me ask one question. So, Janice kind of persuaded me a little bit on this discussion about getting a little bit earlier.
Can you talk about
Janice persuaded me a little bit on coming back a little bit earlier, and I'm just wondering, Jim, is there a chance that you get some information that basically this 30 or 31 is it, and or us doing this accommodations for these teachers really makes it so that it's even less than that, and therefore we feel like that maybe we could come back a couple of days.
Well, I think
that.
we won't know that for a little bit. I mean, I feel like in the spirit of what we were just saying, I think we have to give parents now what the plan for the next couple of weeks is going to be. I don't want to have to tell them a week from now, okay, we were good, so now we are going to start on the 10th. Like, I think that's a decision that has to be made tonight.
Okay.
So, I think that would be tough to do beyond today.
Okay.
Mr. Dietrich?
Just a public service. Jim, you've got to talk louder with the mask on.
I got a mic right in front of me, James. No, still not working?
That was better. I think you got to do more of that.
Okay.
And Ken,
I'm
I
going
just had a
over
quick
here.
question.
I'm taking this sucker like this. How about that? Is that better?
Yes.
All right. Do I need to repeat everything I said from the start of the meeting?
No.
Good.
Please don't.
Thank you.
Ken, quick question for you. How many webcams are we short?
300. I mean, they're all. It's one order. Yes.
Okay. We'll talk.
We have this one. So 299, Ken.
Okay.
Just to be clear, they're not necessary
Right.
for synchronous instruction.
Right,
There
we
are
said we have
tools
other
that enhances
options.
it.
Right, correct. Thank you, Kelly. Yep.
Hi, and Dr. Fingers, can you just clarify, just because I think I know what you mean, but what would be a factor for on the 8th? So we get to the 8th, what would be the factor that would make you say the 14th can't happen?
The biggest
You're not able
the
to
biggest
secure
factor is staffing.
staff.
The biggest factor is staffing, without question.
But the biggest, or at that point, the only?
I believe at that point, it would, I mean, unless something were to come up that,
Well, sure.
but
Right.
that would really be, I'm reluctant to say only, but it would be the biggest, without question, factor.
Of
without
the
question.
issues that we're dealing with currently.
Of the 3 current things I talked about, I believe it would be the only factor left of those 3, yes.
I mean, just so that we all, everyone understands, kind of what are our metrics that we're using to gauge the readiness.
Yeah,
Right.
I mean, I think, beside the plexiglass, as far as PPE, we have tens of thousands of pieces of PPE. That is not a concern in the immediate, that's not a concern in any way. And Ken, if you want to speak to that, by all means. As far as, teachers in terms of their preparation will be refining their practice through how. At some point, as we spoke, we got to get rolling and we got to get going, right? So we believe that really will. I'm not going to say that everything will be perfect from an instructional delivery standpoint, but certainly we will be able to deliver instruction by that time. The staffing piece of those 3 things we talked about will be the biggest factor.
And is there anything that you think we can do during this week of delay that we to help the staff feel more comfortable? I mean, we want to make this time as useful and productive for them as possible. Is there anything else that they've asked for that we can do to be accommodating so that we can make the best use of this?
I think the delay in and of itself, with time to plan, time to acclimate back to the building, time to see I can tell you, I was around the buildings today, and there were a lot of staff members in, and look in their classrooms, and so many of them are excited, but also appreciative of this amount of time. I think they're going to be ready, without question, for the kids on the 14th. I really do. I have 100% faith in our staff that they will be ready for them on the 14th. It's just really is going to come down to the question of having everything covered to the best of our ability, and I'm very hopeful that we will. I'm very hopeful that we will. I just can't give that guarantee. I would love to be able to give that guarantee, but I can't. So.
Okay. All right. Does any more board members? Any other board members have anything else? At this point, no. Okay. So we're gonna. Is that conclude your report?
Would you like it to conclude my report? One other thing that I do want to mention that we talked about in task force is we have been working with our association, who once again has been incredibly helpful. I want to thank Mike Riley and the leadership of the association. We've been working together. We've really been working to try to find solutions to the problems we have. And so I appreciate what they've been doing. I believe that they are certainly committed to getting everybody back to school. But we have been working with the association to include some of our instructional assistants on our buses in the morning and the afternoon to assist with helping kids with keeping masks on, with also doing temperature checks prior to the kids getting on the bus. That was something that we were not going to be able to do prior, but we've been working, and we feel now that aides will be on the buses and do temperature checks before kids get on, and then we'll assist with keeping kids seating them back to front and making sure that they that the protocols and everything are followed on the buses. So that's another, I think, important thing to mention.
And they will be properly trained on if somebody does have a temperature, that they're not going to leave them outside without a parent or somebody to take
Yeah,
them.
if a parent is there, they will return the child to the parent. If they're not there, we'll put them on the bus. They'll sit in the front of the bus. Remember, everyone will be masked. Just because the temperature is elevated doesn't necessarily mean that there's an issue. A child could have been outside. It could be still warm. It could have been a lot of reasons. They'll come to the school and then be reassessed by the folks before they would go into the building at that point.
Thank you for doing that.
Sure.
Do we have anything else from the board? No? No this time? I'm going to move on to Mr. General.
Okay, thank you, Amy. Two quick things. First, the governor address of today. We have some relatively good news that so far in the proposal of the governor's budget address, that there will be no cuts to school aid, which is a good thing. Of course, it's never finalized until the legislature acts on the budget. But as of now, that's a good sign for us. So as we go along in this pandemic trip, the financial piece is a real piece. And so far, we've been looking better than we thought we could have been looking. Not that anything is good or great, but it's relatively good news from what the Governor Murphy announced today. So we will have those exact numbers in the next 2 days. He'll give us our state aid and our exact printouts. And then, as you know, the budget has been, the state budget has been delayed or expanded, I should say, to September 30th. So the exact budget will not begin, which is new for us, where we don't have the state budget. We don't have our definitive state aid for our budget, which starts July 1, until hopefully it'll be before September 30th. But the initial announcement from the governor of what the intentions are is good news for the district. So we'll have more financial updates coming in at our next few meetings as we get closer and we see where we are on all of our expenses, the CARES Act funding, and some of the ins and outs that we've had this year so far. Okay, and then the next thing I wanted to give a quick update on And I know we've talked about issues as far as air exchange in HVAC in both at past board meetings and at our task force meetings. And as everyone knows who's been in those meetings, that we were having an assessment done by our Jersey State Controls, which is our HVAC contractor. So over the past month, they've been in the district checking, testing, and calibrating all the equipment. So their testing and has been completed, and I did attach. It was late today, so I'm not sure if anyone has seen it, but it's there for the public and for the board. Their report is attached on the agenda. If you look to the school business administrator report and you look to the attachments, it's under public attachments, where you can see the exact results of their testing and what they were able to do. And just to give a quick summary, of course, the details are there for everyone to read. But the outside, they addressed outside air dampers, which is the mechanism in our HVAC, all our unit ventilators, and which brings in outside air. So they were able to increase that from the normal 10% to more of a 15%, and that goes along with ASHRAE, and that's the that's the standards that are out there regarding HVAC. That's ASHRAE. Also, NJEA has come out with some recommendations, and you'll see in the report we had provided that to our contractor, and he addresses some of the NJEA recommendations that we meet those recommendations. So you'll see that in the report that they wrote for us. So that was one of the big things, was the fresh air that's being brought in to the buildings. Also adjusted the schedule, which gives more time for a flush of the building to run all the equipment in occupied mode, which we're now starting earlier at night, where for really savings, for energy savings, we used to wait with no one there. We used to wait till 5 in the morning before the equipment kicked on into full occupied mode. It was still on, but it was not in full occupied mode. So now we push that back 2 more hours, so that the equipment, even with no one in the building, is now kicking on and starting and running as if people were there. And we also, another thing we did in our energy savings over the last couple of years was we had these unit ventilators have sensors on them, occupancy sensors on them. So again, for energy savings, the unit ventilator, when students and teachers left the room, the unit would shut down. If they did not read that there was anyone in the room, after a certain amount of time, they would shut down. Now, so we've disabled those sensors for now, so that even if students and teachers leave the room, it'll stay in occupied mode, and it'll continue to exchange air. And if it's calls for it, if it gets warm enough, it'll kick on the air conditioning. So it's really 2 things, and it's important to note that there's a difference between air conditioning and a difference in between air exchange and ventilation. So those 2 things don't necessarily they could happen at the same time, but they could also happen independently if the room is not warm enough to say, well, we need to cool this room down. The ventilation would still occur. So, and then the third thing were all the sensors, humidity sensors, CO2 sensors. They've been all tested and calibrated. They did find some that were not working correctly, so they've all been replaced or are being replaced. So we feel confident with this report that we took a nice step in the right direction with addressing any HVAC issues that we have. Also reminding the board that we just went through a referendum. It really is probably completed 2 years ago, where we were able to add air conditioning to all of the buildings in which did not have air conditioning. So a lot of this equipment is new. So that's a good thing for the district. So in addition to our HVAC contractor, which you see the report, we also have our in-house HVAC technician who has also been doing his normal PMs, his regular preventative maintenance during the summer. So he's been doing coil cleaning, belts, pulleys for fan blades, really all the internal guts of some of the motors and of the unit ventilators. And rooftop exhaust fans he's also been working on. So he cleans them, cleans the coils, he lubricates them, he gives them all a once over. So he's almost complete on his summer duties, going through all of the equipment district-wide. Also, we have looked into and have ordered and received a higher grade filter. That was another one of the recommendations that I know the NJEA had made it, and other ASHRAE and other standards have recommended, if possible, if the equipment can handle an upgraded filter, that you should consider doing that. So because of our equipment and the majority of it being newer, we're able to move from a MERV 8 filter to a MERV 13 filter. It's a higher grade filter. It does not let as large particulates into the air. So as the unit ventilator brings in outside air, that I discussed earlier, that 15%, that minimum 15%, can be more, but it's a minimum of 15%. As it brings in that outside air, it's now running that air through the higher grade filter now, that MERV 13 filter.
So all the filters have been changed up?
Not all of them. There are a few that the equipment that the manufacturer does not recommend that, but the vast majority, they've been upgraded to the MERV 13 filter, and it's aligned with the manufacturer. If you were to go above the manufacturer recommendations, it can be a disservice, because then the unit ventilator cannot, because the filter is too thick, the air, it reduces the amount of air that it can bring in, and then it's counterproductive to what can be done. So again, with our HVAC contractor, our in-house guy looking at it, we feel that we've got the right mix, and with those MERV 13 filters in the vast majority, or almost the entire district, being utilized, it will be in good shape. And with that along, because it's blocking out more, it also increases the need to change those filters. So on the MERV 8 filter, we were on an every 3 months filter change. So now we'll increase it to almost a month, depending on the rotation. So it'll be just about a month. It'll be increasing our filter changes by about 2 months. So that's another good thing. And then the last thing is and as we've been doing this probably for the last I think 15 years now, we have PARS is new. PARS is an environmental company that comes in and will go do an environmental walkthrough for each building and do air quality, some testing and readings of sampled rooms, and they will do visual inspections. They will check things in their professional opinion as far as how the schools look, and in indoor air quality, temperature, humidity, CO2, things of that nature, to indicate whether there is an issue anywhere that they can see and make any recommendations to us. They just completed their walk through the last school yesterday, so I expect that report probably in the next couple days. So we'll have 3 reports for the staff and for the public. The first one is posted tonight from our HVAC contractor. The second one will be an in-house report that our HVAC maintenance person will produce, coming from our maintenance supervisor. And so he'll give us a report on what he did as far as his preventative maintenance. And then we'll have a third report from the environmental company describing their walkthrough and giving readings and things of that nature in each of the schools. And any recommendations will be completed before school starts.
So can a letter of some sort go out, maybe e-backpack, just summarizing what you've just said or in some capacity? Or at least say that these reports can be found on the website?
Yeah, we can send out something, and I'll link it to, we'll put them on the website, and we'll just send out a link of those reports, so if anybody's interested, they can click on them and they can see all three of those reports.
Perfect.
Ken, I have a question. So all the new ventilation and the sensors, does that mean that teachers will not be able to open their windows or will be discouraged from opening?
Yes,
windows?
we discourage them from opening windows because of the way it works. I mean, we're bringing in more outside air, but that outside air is running over a coil, and then it's going through that MERV 13 filter. If you open the windows, now you have asthma and allergies and humidity, and the chances of mold go up as you open these windows. So to have the HVAC equipment working correctly is really the optimal way to do it. And we feel after these 3 reviews that we've had this summer that we will be there. So now, and we are checking and we're working with the union on, there's some indoor spaces. There are things that they're double checking. Maybe it's an office that used to be a closet, things like that we're addressing now also. But for the vast majority, it should work the way it's designed with the unit ventilators.
Thank you.
It was very ironic as we're all laughing because as he was finishing, the air conditioning in this room
I
just
know.
turned off.
Right, I heard it go off.
Well, again, it got cool enough, so
I know,
it
was jarring for a second.
it clicks off, right?
I'm gonna open a window.
Yeah.
Okay, and that completes my report.
All right,
Jim,
Mr.
Jim,
Dietrich has a
no.
question.
You're on mute, Jim.
You're muted.
Wow, I muted myself. Ken, question for you. For the rooms that can't have the updated filters, what's the plan to make them better?
Well, again, we've had them looked at, checked. The units are functioning the way that they were supposed to. If they're not, we could look at air filters or things of that nature if there's a specific problem, air purifiers, I'm sorry. But as of now, the way have been checked, they're all working properly according to manufacturers, and we do not foresee a problem.
No, I know they're working properly, but you're saying that the other rooms are going to go from a MERV 8 to a 13. So they're going to catch a lot more particulate out from the air. So my question is, can we do purifiers, or is there something we're going to do in rooms that are still sitting with a MERV 8 or a 10, whatever the manufacturer spec is for that? Are there additional measures for those rooms to ensure that the quality is roughly, on par or as close to as possible as it is for the ones where we've upgraded to the 13?
We can if there's an issue, but again, I believe that they're working, and I know we went from the MERV 8 would be acceptable too. It's just a little more of a safety net to go to the 13. So if there are issues in any of those rooms, we can look at different things such as air purifiers.
Okay.
Mrs. Fuller?
Thanks. Back to school funding for a second. We assume that preschool expansion funding is staying whole as well, based on everything?
Yes, we had got, earlier we had gotten those. Yeah, no one could ever guarantee us.
Right.
But they had said that early childhood from the Department of Education had said that the funding was safe. So within the next 2 days, I should have confirmation of that in writing as far as our funding numbers. So we do not foresee that as a problem.
Okay. And then I think we had talked at some point too about in some of the buildings, if we could, switching to the touchless water fountains. Is that something that's been able to happen at all?
Yes, that's in the works right now. That's another one of the little things that the more time we have, the better. So we are changing out, and I think the last time we discussed it in task force, where we are targeting the elementary schools, because the intermediate and high schools already have the water bottling stations.
Right.
So we're trying to get them in certain areas in the elementary schools, and we're going to keep doing that through the year, taking water fountains out of use and putting these water filling stations in their place. And we've also...
Am I wrong in knowing that there's one at Wanamassa and one at Wayside already from the new construction?
Yes, absolutely.
So Dow Avenue is the only one that didn't have one.
Yep. And
they have one. They will have one.
They will have one. Yes.
So they will be one. Okay.
Yeah, they will have one, and they'll have probably another one and we'll be adding at least one more to each Wanamassa and Wayside to add to the ones that they received during the referendum. And then we're hopeful that we can get those done before the 14th, and then we would try to continue to add them throughout the year. Our in-house plumber has been busy, of course, getting bathrooms ready for our new preschool program. So we had five classrooms to retrofit bathrooms in. So it's been difficult, and he's done a great job. The maintenance department has done a great job this whole summer.
And then last question, which I feel like I asked you, but I think it's because I asked you here and I asked you at the task force, if we can get the supply list of appropriate cleaning products to parents, because I know that's been mentioned to me a couple of times that people are, we have the class list, supply list now, so people want to get appropriate sanitizer and cleaning products that they can send with their kids, or if the PTAs want to do kind of a drive, but we don't want them getting things that we don't want in the schools.
Yes, I mean, we have adequate PPE, but if anyone wanted to make that choice, I am working on that list, and it's almost done.
Okay.
It's almost, I want our vendors, our custodial supply company to check it and to make sure that there's, that they agree with the products that will let them know that, are acceptable.
Oh, thanks.
Okay.
And that's very important to let the public know as well, that our products that we're using for cleaning meet all of the CDC guidelines and the OSHA guidelines.
EPA, there's an EPA list.
EPA list.
Right, because there's you'll hear stories about hand sanitizer that have different chemicals in it. So we do check to make sure that they're on that EPA, there's a good list and a bad list, an approved list. And so we do make sure of that. And those are the type of things that we want to make sure that we have right on the list that we're going to give to the parents to say, make sure it's at least 60% alcohol. I can't have methanol, I believe, is the bad thing that's in some of the sanitizers. So if they want to give a little, personal sanitizer to a student, they can do that as long as it meets a couple things. And so we're almost done with that.
Thank you.
Because there is a letter that has gone out that was posted for supplies, and it did say wipes on there as well. So the sooner you get that list out, the sooner families will know whether or not they should even buy those.
Okay.
Okay. Any other board comment for Mr. General? No.
That's all we discussed.
That's not till the end. Okay. Sorry, I'm trying to get to my next spot here. Why is it not going? Okay. So the following are a series of motions to be read by the committee chairpersons. All motions have been discussed at recent public work sessions. Some motions have been approved at a public work session, and the minutes for the approved items are posted on the district website. At this point in the meeting, we will now conduct the first of two public comment sessions. The first session will be open for public comments on agenda items only. The second session will be at the end of the meeting and can be on any topic. Would anyone from the public like to comment on any agenda item at this time? Mr. Dietrich.
Okay. We're going to start off with Cindy White. Go ahead, Cindy.
Hi, everybody. I first want to thank everyone for all the work that they're doing, of course, goes without saying, but also for policy 1648.02, which is in its second discussion phase tonight, for clarifying the time frame. That made a big difference for a lot of parents. However, I noticed that section 3D is still stating that it would be at the discretion of the staff to determine if an IEP meeting or amendment needs to be done for full-time remote learning. This is of great concern. We really need to address this and make sure that we are preserving the law the way it's written and the protections for the parents as they are written, not only in federal law, but in state law. And by allowing that verbiage to remain the way it is written as of right now, we are taking away the rights of the parents who are the voice of the students. So I am urging all of you to please consider the way that this is written, and also to consider just removing the statement and letting the law guide what we do as policy for our school. We're opening a can of worms by leaving this policy in place, the way it's written. That's my first comment. My second comment is with regards to the stipends. I noticed that Teddy Kernizan is taking leave, yet we are paying him $5,000 to be an advisor, a choral director and an advisor. I don't know how we can pay somebody who's not going to be here for half the year. So I also would like to know if there are any other teachers who have taken leave on that stipend list that are going to be approved for stipends tonight.
Yes, if you can. Thank you.
We approve someone, Cindy, for those positions, but obviously if they are on leave, they are not performing those positions, and their stipend would be prorated accordingly. And of course, if someone replaces them and fills that position and serves in that capacity, that portion of the stipend would go to that individual.
Excellent. Thank you so much for the clarification and the transparency. I just wanted to make sure that we didn't slip and approve that with everything that's going on today and
Nope.
with everything that's happening.
No.
Thank you.
And on your other question, if you don't mind, Ms. McGovern, while I have the mic, Robin Ballard, our special ed attorney, when we know that this was a question, so we asked Robin to be with us tonight so she could address that concern. So, Robin, thank you for being here.
I'm not going to get billed for this, right? I just want to make sure.
Are you going to get billed for it? No. Are we going to get billed for it? Probably, but that's okay.
No, me.
No. But it's a great question and a very valid one. But we felt it was important that Robin could address it. So, Robin, if you don't mind, please.
I don't mind at all. Thank you so much for having me to the meeting. And I just would like to explain that there is nothing in the policy that is any different than the current status of the law.
And explain that statement, Robin, because
Absolutely.
the statement is absolutely contradicting.
Cindy, let her answer. Come on.
Jim, don't interrupt me.
Well, let her speak. She has
I
the floor.
will, but it's contradicting the very first statement in the prize booklet.
No, it does not. The prize booklet says that when a parent makes a request for a change in the delivery of a free appropriate public education, the team has to respond to that request within 20 days. And if a meeting is needed, the meeting has to be held within 20 days. It always gives the team discretion to determine that a meeting is not needed.
So define the team.
The team that makes that decision is the district, is within the
No,
district.
it's not. The team as defined by prize includes the parent.
The IEP team, yes, includes the parent.
Okay.
The team that makes that determination is within the district. The request comes from the parent, the district considers it, and then the district has to
You
send
just
back to the parent.
contradicted yourself, Robin.
I did
The
not.
team considers it. You just said it. The team considers the request.
I said the
parent
district-
is
I said the
part
district-
of the team, and that is why I'm asking for this language change.
Okay.
I said that the district considers the request from the parent.
No, you
It's
didn't.
the
You
district's
said the
responsibility.
team. You said the
Okay.
team. I
Cindy,
said
you got it.
the
Cindy, you have to let her finish explaining it to us so we can hear it, because we've heard your side and your comments, so now we're going to hear from the attorney, and then the board will make a decision based on those. So go ahead, Robin. I'm sorry. You can say it again.
It's up to the district to determine, to take the request from the parent and determine whether a meeting is needed. The district has to give the parent written notice as to whether the request is granted or the request is denied. And if the request is granted or denied, the parent is entitled to written notice. And the written notice needs to tell them what the action is that is proposed or denied, the reasons for that, the factors that were taken into account in making that determination, and any other options considered rejected. And so the parent does not have the ability to, quote, call an IEP meeting at any time. The parent can always ask for a meeting, and when a parent asks for a meeting, my advice is to the districts to check with the teacher, check with the related service providers, determine whether there is a need for that meeting, but it is always up to the district whether that meeting is necessary, and that's according to NJAC 6A 14-2.3H5.
NJAC 6-14 also states that the parent has the right to request, of any member of the team has the right to request a meeting at any time. You said yourself in your opening statement in this discussion that it was the team. Then you retracted that, and you almost slipped 3 times stating.
Okay, Cindy.
So I need to finish. If you're giving the attorney an opportunity to finish, you need to allow me the opportunity to finish.
She's advising her us as a district, and arguing back and forth with the attorney is inappropriate.
You're right. It is inappropriate. It's inappropriate to allow her to make a statement that is not true and sway your thinking because she's advising you as the district attorney. You are taking away the provisions that are in the policy that she just quoted for parents to have protections.
Okay. All right.
That is the bottom line, is the team consists and includes the parent. So take this line item out of here, or modify it to say the parent has the right under the provisions of the existing law.
The parent has the right to ask for the meeting. The district absolutely has the ability to say no to that.
But the parent has the right to ask. So take the provision out. Let us be guided by
Okay, hold on. Okay, Cindy, hang on. Cindy, we know your position. So Robin, I'm sorry, can you finish what you were about to say?
Whether the district agrees and that a meeting is necessary is up to the district.
According to the
It's always denied.
Okay, so Robin, your recommendation is to change any part of this policy or not change any part of this policy. And if I, just for myself, if I clarify, a parent has the ability to request a meeting, but they do not have the ability to call a meeting.
That is correct.
So if they request a meeting and the district says no, does the parent then have an appeal process?
No.
No. Okay.
But if the parent disagrees with anything within a child's special education program, the parent can always request mediation or due process to resolve disagreements regarding identification, classification, eligibility, program placement in the program.
So there is a second step for parents if the district says no in a way.
Not an AP meeting, no.
Okay.
That's nothing that the Department of Education would take as a dispute. It's not a proper dispute for mediation or due process.
accommodations are a proper dispute.
Accommodations are, a parent
Well, that's what this is about.
could file stating that the district was denying the child free appropriate public education, that additional accommodations were needed. If the parent says, my child needs this, I want a meeting to discuss it, and the district says, we've looked into it, we don't agree that your child needs it, and we are denying your request for a meeting with proper written notice, the parent certainly could request mediation or due process trying to seek the addition of those modifications into the IEP.
Okay. Robin, are you staying on you're staying on until we discuss this as a board when we get to policies? Like are you staying on the Zoom for a little bit longer?
I'm staying on as long as you guys want me.
Okay, so if you can stay on until the board gets to this policy within, when we get to it, which is after public comment, right? It would be
So
helpful.
then again, I just have to request, then why do we even have it in here? If we're guided by the law, then why are we making this part of the policy?
Well, that's what we'll talk about when we get to it as a board with our attorney's advice.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Dietrich, I forgot to mention, by the way, that we're, and Cindy was within her too, but that we're requesting 2 comments when you speak so that we can get through everybody, and if we do end up on the same topic over and over and over again, we may ask to move on to your second comment or in that way. Go ahead, Jim.
Okay.
Oh, and I forgot, please say your address. We have Ms. White. Go ahead.
Lisa Bakos. Go ahead, Lisa, you can take yourself off mute.
Sorry. Is that better?
Yeah.
Yep.
So, first of all, I would like to echo especially what Mrs. Fuller has been saying this whole time about basically all of her comments. I thought they were excellent, and I thank the whole board for all that they've been doing. I just want to echo again, just to get the word out there, that many of us feel very strongly that our kids need to be back in school, and I hope that's made very clear, and that that by the surveys that a majority of us have expressed that we want and need our kids back in school for a variety of reasons. So thank you for all the work you've been doing on that. I just had a question that a couple of people have brought up, is that was there any thought about having some sort of event or a thing where kids can come to school, maybe an outdoor thing where they can meet their teachers, get their books? I mean, I'm not quite sure how they're going to do work for the first week without any books or workbooks or anything like that, especially in the elementary grades where everything is very workbook based. And especially for the elementary grades, just to meet their teachers face to face and get to know them, not over a Zoom situation.
Yes, the principals, particularly the elementary principals. Yes, sorry. The principals have been discussing that, and we'll be getting out information on that probably by the end of the week.
Mr. Dietrich, do we have somebody next?
We do. Esther Ziegler. Just have to find her here and unmute her. Go ahead, Esther.
It's actually Matt Ziegler. Esther.
Okay.
13 Johnson Street, Oakhurst. Just in reading the superintendent's letter, obviously it's been documented that the teachers have not been in the classroom since March. It seems that with all the adjustments every other business and industry has made, that schools probably should have done the same. I'm curious as to why the teachers haven't been allowed or actually instructed to get to the school and be prepared. Secondly, as every other parent, obviously, that has been echoed here, we took the end of last school year in stride with the attempt at virtual learning. From our experience, with second grade students, it was not effective or engaging. The assigned work was sparse and very limited correction or instruction was done. Again, from our experience, it was simply work done on their own. What exactly has the district or the grade schools, the elementary schools done to assure that this year is going to be prepared to be successful? Again, it's documented by your letter and your comments that the teachers haven't been able to be in school to prepare. Virtual learning seems almost impossible for the much younger students. So I'd like to understand what exactly you guys have done, or the teachers and the administration has done to make this attempt at virtual learning different.
Thank you for your question. Back in the spring, of course, we were all under stay-at-home order, so there was really really didn't have an ability for staff to be able to come into buildings at that time, even though some did to pick up various items that they may have needed. In the summer, teachers are not under contract at that point between June 30th and September 1. So while many of our staff members have been in preparing, it's not something that we as a district can mandate for them. And as far as it was very important for us as a district to realize, and we've been saying throughout, that any virtual or really any instruction, particularly in a hybrid model when the students are home, that's why we believe in the importance of the synchronous instruction, where the person, unlike in the spring, where the senior teacher throughout the day was not necessarily something that was mandated. The synchronous delivery of instruction, the students following their schedule, we believe will create a much better environment for both, for the students, both at home and in person with the teacher.
Mr. Dietrich?
Okay, moving on to.
I just want to remind people that if they're typing in the chat, that you need to let Mr. Dietrich know you have a question, as we cannot answer questions or comments that are in the chat. Go ahead, Mr. Dietrich. Who's next?
Yep. Next one is Sarah Alberts.
Hi everyone, I was just wanting to find out about services for special education students or students who receive services such as speech therapy, occupational therapy, physical therapy. If the school goes all virtual, will those students have an opportunity to receive services in person, or will that strictly go virtual as well?
Thank you, Sarah. Can you just state your address for the record?
Sure, I'm at 12 Dune Road in Wayside.
Thank you. Is this Ms. Zona?
Well, I can address it if Ms. Zona wants to. I think, are you speaking of if we were to go completely virtual for an extended period of time beyond what we're talking about right now, Ms. Alberts?
Yes,
Okay.
but also, just for reference, my son receives 6 pull-out services per week. If he's only there 2 days, there's no way for him to get 6.
I'll let Ms. Zona address that portion. I'll speak to the other question, which is if we were in a situation where we were to go all virtual, it would depend on why that all virtual happened. If it was a local district decision, then we would have some control over the ability to potentially maintain in-person evaluations or in-person related services. If the circumstances arose where there was another, stay-at-home order or schools were closed by order of the governor as they were back in the spring, then that might be limited more to a virtual situation. So that's a general question based on a what-if scenario, but I'll let Mrs. Zona answer the very specific question as to how the next couple, under the current plan, how those services will be delivered.
Okay. Hi, how are you? So the related service providers are doing everything in their effort to meet with students individually and in person as much as possible as per the IEP. If there are times where they do have to provide teletherapy, they will. There's some students that are all remote. Those students would get the teletherapy. And then we are looking for other opportunities to create in-person therapies and provide that therapies outside of those 2 days. So we're still working on that piece because I know that the therapists are very passionate about doing in-person therapy as much as possible. Okay, thank you very much. You're very welcome.
Mr. Dietrich?
Okay, we're going to go back to Mr. Ziegler. He had a follow-up to that, but had muted himself.
Oh.
So.
Thank you very much. I'm sorry to backtrack. I just wanted to touch on a couple things. I had mentioned about, the elementary school age children not being as effective for the virtual learning. So I'd really like some details as to how that's going to be changed. I did see in the group chat that probably a teacher wrote that we're planning all the time. I'd like to know what some of those plans are, how they're going to keep children who are scattered across parents' work, at home, in one of these learning pods, how they're going to keep them engaged. For me, again, I can only speak from my own experience and my family's experience. My children are 8 years old. They cannot teach themselves on a Chromebook or off of a workbook. They need to be engaged students. That's how our children grow. They're socialized. They're able to develop their cognitive and mental abilities. I'd like to know what some of those changes are going to be. The spring was not successful for my family, and I know that I'm not alone in thinking that. So please give me some details on how that's going to change. Thank you.
Well, like I said, I think that as teachers begin to work with students as they return and they begin to work with students, it's a great opportunity for the teachers at the elementary level, who are working with classes, 15 to 20, 21 kids, to be able to communicate directly with parents to see exactly what their situations are at home and how they can best serve their children. And so if, for example, if a child is home, and not able to access, some of the synchronous learning, or it's more difficult for the child to access some of the synchronous learning, then I think, communicating that directly with the teacher and allowing the teacher to be able to work with you to be able to, see what works best for your child. If that means, providing some video instruction for the child, if that means being able to meet, while kids are working in the classroom, the kids who are there working in the classroom, that the teacher can meet one-on-one with your child. Those are some of the things that they can do to better, and that's why if the child is there with the teacher running the schedule, then the teacher is accessible to the child at all times.
So to clarify, they will be on Zoom or whatever platform they're on, Google Hangout, with the teacher throughout the school day.
Right.
They'll go with the art teacher or the gym teacher or the music teacher or whoever is. If we're talking elementary, because that's what Mr. Ziegler is asking.
Right.
So they will be on with the teacher throughout the day. They will be able to ask questions. They will be able to interact as if they were in the classroom, but unfortunately are at their dining room table.
Right. I mean, the biggest issue, of course, is that if you have working parents and the child is more left to themselves and they don't necessarily have someone there to help them, then I think that communication very early on with the teacher, so that the teacher can adjust and make accommodations for that situation is
I understand that, and I'm sorry to interrupt again. My biggest question, and it seems like everyone's dancing around the subject. I'm not prepared, nor am I educated to be my children's teacher. My child needs to learn and progress with their teacher. What happened in the spring? There was no correction. There was limited instruction. My child wasn't guided through the progress.
Which we're saying now, Mr. Ziegler, that it is going to be very different than the spring. And if it's not different enough for you, as you're seeing it, let me just finish. If it's not, and what we're saying is, if it's not different enough that you're seeing from the beginning, then what Dr. Stefankiewicz is saying is get in touch with the teacher, get in touch with the principal, get in touch with Dr. Stefankiewicz, and we will make adjustments.
And again, I'm not trying to interrupt you. You're giving me broad concepts. What have you done, or what has the administration done to instruct the teachers to monitor this progress when the children are out of the classroom?
Those are things that when they come in for their 2 days of professional development and the days leading up, that will be discussed and gone over. So what have we done?
I'm sorry. Yes, but we have made a library of resources available to our teachers to access throughout the summer that they can use to work on their strategies related to synchronous instruction. Our supervisors have led meetings with our teachers, provided them with many resources to assist them with the delivery of synchronous instruction, and that will continue once the teachers return. I don't know if Ms. Wells...
So it's going to be figured out then. Once they're there, everyone's going to figure it out.
Well, as I said, they've been provided with many resources over the summer, but many meetings have taken place that have been that many teachers have been a part of. So I think there's been a lot of work that's gone on over the summer. But where, unfortunately, as I said, we really can't. And like I know for a fact that so many teachers have been working on this throughout the summer, but we can't mandate teachers coming in and working with us until September 1. But I know that many teachers have been working on this issue, and that's why we feel it's important to have that synchronous instruction going on, so that the teachers will be able to, it's not going to be a situation where the teachers are going to post something or have a couple of Zooms a week. The child is with the teacher throughout the day. So I don't know, Ms. Weldon, can you address that as well?
Sure. As you stated, although we cannot require the teachers to come in, the teachers have been very willing to participate in multiple meetings all summer long. Faculty meetings with their principals, supervisors meetings with their supervisors. In addition, the entire admin team has worked every single day this summer to provide resources for teachers on how to teach synchronously, how to engage students in front of them and students at home. We have purchased additional online platforms to make this process easier for teachers. We have provided them with how-to videos. We have provided them with summer training on how to access them, how to create videos, how to do a number of different educational strategies to better engage students. We have also worked very hard to maintain synchronous instruction so that students at home are engaged all day long by their teacher. And we've also worked very hard to develop ways that they can be engaged by their teacher and not on a screen all day long, so that we find the proper blend of those two things. We are very sympathetic to parents who are at home and may be working or who may not be at home and have other people watching their child, and we realize that parents cannot necessarily sit next to their child all day long to help educate them. So we have been developing strategies with teachers, rolling all of that out to them all summer long. We cannot require that the teachers access that, but I can say that I believe almost all, if not all of them, have accessed that in one way or another and have been working. I am aware of teacher groups who have met together either online or in person to come up with strategies together, to plan, to just develop better ways to do this, and they're all relying on us and one another to do this well. And
thank you. I appreciate that.
Okay.
Let me be clear. I don't think that any of the teachers my children have been enrolled in are not passionate, are not engaged. This is a new experience for all of us. I was simply asking how it was going to be different. I understand that those resources are there, but you need to understand that back in the end of the spring, my children sat down and were finished whatever was assigned to them in 30 or 45 minutes. That is not learning. That is not school. That is barely a worksheet page. I just wanted to know how my child was going to stay engaged and progress. There's no bar that was set that my child graduated from the 2nd to the 3rd grade. They missed that step. No one was there to monitor them. I was there. Their work was not corrected if it was incorrect. I just wanted to make sure that that was going to be different when we go to this hybrid learning. I'm on board. I want everyone to be safe, but I also want my children to get an education and a proper one.
That's what we want to, and we appreciate your comments, because they are, we appreciate them.
And if I could just say, I couldn't agree with you more, which is why we have fought so hard to maintain a full day schedule, 4 days a week, and a complete synchronous program so that students and teachers are speaking to each other all day long.
Also, if I can add, I think it's the importance, I hope that in the spring when things were not working, and I'm very sorry to hear that they were not working well for your family, that you communicated your concerns to the teacher, that you communicated your concerns to the principal. That's very important as well. If something is...
I filled out every survey you guys sent. Every single one.
That's good. I mean, but I would also encourage people to reach out directly to principals and teachers to let them know what problems may be occurring, because the survey's good, but it doesn't work necessarily in real time. Reaching out to the teacher is really the best way to address that immediate concern, and then if your concern isn't addressed, then to go to the principal. That's the most immediate and direct way to have a concern addressed.
Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next, Mr. Dietrich.
Go ahead, Alex. You can unmute yourself.
All right, thank you so much. That's a tough act to follow. I applaud Mr. Ziegler and do sympathize with a lot of what he was saying as well. And thank you for some answers, Ms. Weldon. I have several questions, so if I get to my two and then you have to come back to me, that's totally fine. Sorry, I'm just like trying to think of which ones. If my daughter has asthma, as does my son, and I know a lot of kids who have medical, whether it's allergies or anaphylactic or asthma, what are the procedures and what exactly could my kids see in the classroom? Will they be able to take off their masks if they just come in from recess and they're having trouble breathing or whatever? Can you just describe what some of the medically challenged or fragile kids will be doing?
If they come in, if any student is in a situation where their breathing is inhibited by wearing a mask, they are able to take off their mask. Mm-hmm. We're certainly not going to have a situation where a student, a medical situation is exacerbated by the fact that they're wearing a mask, and if they're at that point too, where they need to visit the nurse's office to be able to perhaps get themselves to a place where they're breathing better, and then we could do that. And then if at that point their breathing has stabilized and they can re-put their mask on and return to class, or that's why we speak of the importance of our trifolds. That if we just have a situation where the student is not able to wear a mask because of that medical situation, the trifold would be that, along with perhaps a face shield, could work very well in that situation.
I guess that's what I'm asking. They have physician orders and have since kindergarten. Mm-hmm. So do I need to have the doctor say, and she cannot wear a mask? Or
we will
be able to take it off?
We'll be for those individuals who have a medical situation, we want to make sure we'll be reaching out to them to make sure that they have sort of orders on the premises with the nurse, orders with the nurse to document what their situation is, and then we'll be able to inform you of exactly what the child will need to do, because we'll be letting the teachers know as well, because obviously procedurally they'll need to be able to address the needs as they arise. For example, you mentioned in your children's situation with asthma, obviously if the nurse knows that, the teacher knows that, and if there's an issue with mask wearing, we don't want the child to have to be out of the classroom if they don't need to be. So we have those other procedures in place, like face shields and the trifolds, to be able to keep them in the class where they may not be able to wear a mask at that moment, but it provides the protection through the face shield and the trifold.
Okay, I'm not so sure parents of some asthmatic kids, for example, know all these procedures. So if the nurse was going to call them like tomorrow or next week, it's the documentation you need. We have a week left of school. Not everyone on the phone for day one to say, here are my physician orders. So if that could be explained to parents with asthmatic kids or allergy kids, that
certainly we can get the principals to get that piece out to them as well. Absolutely.
Okay, so that was all my first question. Sorry. Second question, can you just break down what school or per school the FRCA leave requests? Like, is it 12 teachers?
10 at the high school, 9 at the intermediate school, and because the numbers are a little low in some of the elementaries, I will tell you that it's a total of 8 between the elementaries.
But you can't tell us if it's 2, 2, and 4?
I think when it gets to numbers that low, I think it starts to get into some privacy, potential privacy situations.
But isn't their name going to be made public once you approve it?
No, we're not making those names public.
For FFRCA is not public?
Correct.
But FMLA is?
Yes. At this point, we felt that because of the nature of FFCRA, that the fact that it's there's medical related things that are very specific potentially to being related to COVID or childcare, we didn't really feel the need to be able to identify exactly who it is. I think, in terms of numbers, we have no, I think that's no problem to share the numbers. But, I think in this
You just said you wouldn't share the numbers for elementary schools.
in some cases, one school might have one individual. It potentially identifies people. So I think in that case, it does not, I think to allow for some confidentiality on the part of the staff member, I think that's appropriate.
Okay, but confidentiality for FMLA, so I'll look into that, and if I feel that I'll talk to Mr. Janaron about possibly getting those numbers, because it could make a difference if one elementary school has 6 teachers out and the other 2 have 1 each.
Well,
It wouldn't be 16.
it's pretty evenly distributed. I'll say that between the 3.
Okay, but we also didn't think there was going to be this problem 2 weeks ago. Those are my
That's not accurate. That's not accurate. When we asked me 2 weeks ago, he said, at this moment, do we have an issue with staffing? And the answer was not at this time. And I want to say I said exactly right after that. Ask me that a week from now, and I might have a different answer for you. So to say that we didn't think there was going to be a problem, it really isn't an accurate statement.
I respectfully disagree. I'll ask my other 2 questions when other people are done. Thank you.
Great. Mr. Dietrich?
Okay, moving on to Sandy Abdulaziz.
Hi, Sandy Abdulaziz, 30 June Road in Wayside. This one is not a question because it was from last Board of Ed meeting. Mr. Janaron, the Appendix G of Policy 1648 still says TOW languages instead of 2 languages, and it still says you will assess something, not assess something.
Change it.
So
I got your email when we changed it.
No, you answered my email.
Yeah, we changed it. Which attachment?
G.
The one on tonight's minutes does not have the change. Appendix G under other items on the first of policy.
Under the recovery plan? I'll double check, because we definitely made the change. Maybe it was in 2 spots then.
Yeah, it might have been somewhere else.
Okay.
I saw it tonight, okay? So that doesn't count towards my questions because that was from last time.
It does not. Go ahead.
Okay, teachers, I think it's great that you want to work with teachers that need the child care. I think that's fantastic because that does allow them the freedom to get back into the workplace. My question is, for these 6 remote days, what are their kids, are they having to find child care for these 6 remote days at the beginning?
As far as, I'm sorry, can you clarify your question? What do you mean?
The people that
Will they be allowed to work remotely, you're saying?
I'm sorry, what?
Are you saying, are you asking if they would be allowed to work remotely?
No. I'm saying the kids that the teachers or parents in district, you said that they're allowed to come in the 4 days a week in person. What's happening with them during the first 6 remote days? Because obviously they can't go in because they're early dismissal days. Or are they going with their parent into the classroom?
If a parent has a child care issue during those days, we can work with that teacher to have them work remotely, so that will not be an issue.
Okay, all right. So I just wanted to find out because I wanted that clarified. Okay. Question. I run, as most of you probably know on board, at least some of you know, I run an OT Cares page on Facebook with over 1,200 members that are associated in some respect to the district. They're either parents, teachers, grandparents, whatever. And I was getting blasted all weekend because it was leaked, I don't know by who, that the teachers found out Friday that we have a remote start and the parents didn't find out until Monday that we were remote start. And I was getting blasted left and right, private message, text message, Facebook message, everything. And I don't think it was right. I mean, it's supposed to be transparency, but if you're going to tell the teachers Friday, why didn't we tell the parents Friday? Or why didn't we hold off and tell the teachers on Monday?
We felt it was important to let our staff know what was being recommended, and you know, sometimes those things aren't happening at the same time. I think we let our parents know when we were able to have the information we needed to have and draft, you know, something that we could that we could put together and provide in an appropriate time frame. We let our staff know Friday, you know, later in the afternoon, and our parents on Monday morning.
Yeah, I don't know how, you know, 400, 500 staff members, how you would expect them to not tell their friends, neighbors, children, whatever. In a lot of them live in the district anyway, so they all have friends.
Well, but I will tell you, there have been other times when parents have gotten something before staff has gotten something, which you know is not always a great thing either. We work very hard to get things out in a timely manner, to let all of our public know, all of our stakeholders know what's going on. You know, I really don't believe that letting our staff know on a Friday afternoon and our parents know something on a Monday morning is out of line in any way. If the board disagrees, then I'm happy to hear that, but I think we got it out as quickly. First and foremost, the board was made aware. And there was a lot of time being spent on Friday to make sure board members were aware. Our task force, it was discussed at our task force meeting on Thursday. So, you know, a lot of things are going on, and we work to get things out as quickly as we possibly can and appropriately as we possibly can.
I will, if you want to know the board's opinion, then I will say I do disagree. That the discussion on the task force meeting was to not discuss anything that happened in the task force meeting before things were official. What was discussed at the task force meeting, that while it was in no way unanimous, that the recommendation to the board would be that tonight, it goes on the agenda Friday, that's not made public, although we've discussed this before, that's not made public until Monday, that we would be considering a delay of start to the 14th. But then to inform the staff on a Friday and not inform the parents until Monday, when we know that it was going to be discussed because of the overlap between that, and this is something that affects people's lives. This is not, you know, when we're going to have like a back to school dance or something. This is when your kids are going back to school. I do think we should have informed everyone at the same time, and if we could have the staff absolutely needs to know that because they need to know to prepare, but so do the parents. And so either it should have all happened on Friday or it all should have happened on Monday. And I think knowing that, as much as we would have liked the task force meeting conversation to say confidential, it hasn't always. And so if we recognized that was going to happen on Friday, then we should have been ready to tell the parents that on Friday as well. And while the board members, I guess, were informed on Friday, I would assume that you didn't speak to me because I was part of the task force, right. But I didn't have the benefit of knowing what you were telling the other board members we were even going to consider tonight. I found out from other board members that you were calling board members to tell them that we were considering something. But I do think, you know, saying that you inform the board and saying you inform the staff, but not informing the parents until Monday when they were then piecing together information over the weekend was an unfortunate lack of communication on our part.
Right, I think you just took away 3 days or 2.5 days that parents could have been figuring out what they're going to do with their kids for those first 6 days.
Thank you, Sandy.
Could you put me at the end also, Jim? I have more questions. Thank you.
Sure. Mr. Dietrich?
Absolutely. Okay, we are moving on to Gary Weber. Go ahead, Gary. You can unmute yourself.
2004 Holbrook Street in Oakhurst. My question is, so we've talked about students with IEPs, but we haven't talked about students with 504s that would benefit from going to school in person for 4 days. I know as a teacher, I was home with my children that both had 504s, and I was able to do a lot of their modifications and accommodations, but the services were through Zoom, and I have to say Ms. Mahoney did an excellent job. But I wanted to know if we could send requests in with reasoning why we need our children to go 4 days a week in person.
At this time, we have hundreds of students who fall under your child's situation. At this time, we unfortunately could not honor all of those requests. I mean, of course, many found. I can't imagine anyone would want to have their child be gone 4 days a week compared to the 2. That's ideal. But at this point, with literally hundreds of students, that would really throw off the balance of the classes and put us in a situation where we'd have more kids in class that would just not be able to have us ensure the social distancing that we're looking for in the classes.
I do understand your point about numbers, but then we're putting the teachers' kids in there for numbers too, when a 504 is a legal document that needs to be followed, and that if a child is not getting this accommodation, then requesting in-person instruction might be beneficial, or would be beneficial to them.
Thank you for your comment. Next person, Mr. Dietrich.
Okay, Diane Sharkey.
I'm gonna send a letter anyway.
Go ahead, Diane.
Okay, thank you very much. This is Diane Sharkey, 10 Carberry Road in Wayside. So I just had 2 concerns. I have 2 girls going to intermediate school, and I'm curious why there's a need to change classrooms for each class. That's 8 different classrooms they're going to be going into. I'm curious if there's any other options, such as the teachers changing classrooms, like I've heard other districts. And my second part is the cafeteria. When it's not legal to eat inside restaurants right now, why are the kids eating together in the cafeteria?
I'll answer the cafeteria question, and if Mr. Amato's on, I can let him address the other. There was actually a great article in the Asbury Park Press. I don't know if Daniel's still on, but there was a great article in the Asbury Park Press explaining this exact situation. And we've eating in a restaurant socially with people at multiple people at a table is very different than a child sitting at an individual desk eating their lunch in a much more controlled environment. The health officials agree with that, that is we think it's important to maintain a full day schedule for the academic success of our kids, and so we absolutely believe that we have arranged our desks and our there will be some outdoor space that will be utilized as well to where we can eat safely. Kids are not going to be in lines, everything's grab and go kind of situation. So we absolutely work with our healthcare folks at the Regional Health Commission to design how we're setting up the cafeteria. I think I even saw Jackie Wagner, our cafeteria manager, on here earlier. I'm not sure if she's still here. Maybe she can speak to it a little bit. But I think the principals are putting out some videos of how things look, and I think when you see how the cafeteria is arranged, you'll see that it really is a safe environment and much different than what an indoor dining in a restaurant would look like. If Mr. Amato's on, I would ask him to.
Yes, he's unmuted.
There he is, Mr. Amato.
I'm ready for it. So we did early on consider the idea of teachers rotating, but the more, first off, I mean, the scheduling itself is a monumental task on a typical year, and then this year with balancing out classes A through K, L through Z, and then just there's so many different nuances that we had to overcome this year. But really the biggest thing is that we have teachers that teach multiple grade levels. We have students that are leveled. We have students that have IEPs that have very specific plans. And when you add all those things up, plus all the nuances that I was just talking about in the schedule, it became very early on very clear that it was almost impossible for us to have the students stay in one spot. So we did look at ways that we can rearrange our schedule, like we took away homeroom and we're just going right to the first block just to try to lessen the transition times. I know they're still going to see eight teachers, but that is one less spot that we can go to. So our pandemic team, we have a great pandemic team, and we had a lot of great conversations about this in particular, and ultimately this is what we felt was the best bet to provide the best education for our students at this time. And to follow up also, Dr. Stefankovich, you had mentioned the video. The 5 principals we've been talking, we are trying to get a video out by this Friday. We're attempting to. Obviously there's a lot going on, so we're trying to get a video out, all 5 of us, on Friday to all of our families, so they can kind of take a walk and talk like a tour through the building. So it'll be a pre-recorded video that we're going to try to get out this week.
Thanks, Chris. Did you want Ms. Wagner? Ms. Wagner is on. Did you want her to?
If Jackie can add anything to that, absolutely.
Jim, can you unmute Jackie Wagner? If she's willing, we're putting her on the spot. I'm sure she is, though.
Sure. Go ahead, Jackie.
Hi, good evening. Actually, today at the intermediate school, Mr. Amato and I walked around the cafeteria, spoke about how our lines are going to be set up, the social distancing as students come to enter the cafe area. Of course, in the beginning, we're going to have staffing there to make sure that everyone is social distancing, and the cafeteria looks really good with individual desks separating each of the students.
Thank you so much.
Can I just?
We'll also have 50% less of the students on Monday, Tuesday, and Thursday and Friday.
Thank you.
Can I just add that we also have some available outside dining. We have 17 tents for all the schools that are being installed this week.
17 total, not 17 for each school.
No, 17 total for the. I'm sorry.
When you said for each school, I was like,
Tents for each school, 17 in total. Thank you.
Thank you.
So they'll be installed this week, where there'll be opportunities to have some outside lunch possibilities also.
Ms. Wagner or Mr. Amato, do either of you know about how many kids are at each? I know in middle school, isn't it around? They're all the same size round table, right? No, I might be wrong. Do we know if it holds 3 or 10 or 4?
Did you say tables, Amy? I'm
Yes.
sorry.
Yes.
We're not doing tables. We are doing individual student desks. The desks have been marked off. It's very similar to how the high school cafeteria looks. That's what ours is going to look like. So every student's going to have their own individual desk. So we are not doing tables at this time.
Okay, and are lunches still going to be by grade level?
Lunches are still going to be by grade level, and based on the numbers, just speaking about the intermediate school, about 400 students total each day, which means about 100 students per grade level. So we have plenty of room to social distance in the cafeteria, and at the intermediate school we have 3 locations that we can have lunch. So we will be very much spaced out social distance, and we feel very confident about that plan.
Okay. Thank you very much. Next, Mr. Dietrich.
Okay, Jennifer Boweries?
It's okay, Mr. Dietrich. No one can say that name right.
Sorry.
This is Jennifer Boweries. I'm one of the school psychologists at TOIS. I think Mr. Janarone did already address my question about the HVAC system. I know the NJEA is calling for a MERV 14, and the organization of ASHREA, who the CDC relies on, warns that any lower filters do not mitigate the virus but can make it worse through transmission of the HVAC system. So the fear is that the airborne virus can be spread through the HVAC, as seen in the studies in the Netherlands and China. But I assume we're going to get an Oprah report from Mr. Janarone?
You can see the report. It's attached to the school business administrator's report on the agenda. you can see the attachment there, and you can review our contractor, our HVAC contractor, and the review that they did of the equipment and their recommendations.
Okay, so the district is confident that our equipment is safe for everybody?
Yes, and according to our contractor, our architect, and our environmental engineers that have also did walkthroughs through the school, through the district.
Okay, and I know you already addressed this, but I had written the question before you already talked about it, so thank you.
No, that's fine.
Thank you.
Next up, we have Erica Fuchs.
Well, I don't know what to say.
Hi, this is Erica Fuchs from 332 Green Grove Road. I guess my first question was just about seeing how the kids could get together with their teacher, and I know that's already been addressed and brought up, but I think it's important that we've got the kids excited about going back to school, and I worry about the emotionally continuing to let the kids down and having them look forward to something and then potentially us not going back and the kids getting let down again, that they're not going to go back to school, they're not going to get to know their teacher, and I think it's just so important that they get to know their teacher to be able to have a successful year if they do end up going virtual. So I just hope that there's an opportunity to do that sooner or later, and I'm just not sure I understand why they can't do that over the first few days of school before they actually start in-person learning, when they don't have books yet and the classes aren't set up for supplies. It seems like it's the perfect time to do that. My second question is, I wanted to ask about aides on the bus. I know you mentioned earlier that there would be aides on the bus checking masks, but from what I understand, the temperature checks are going to be done at school, so then you have kids getting on the bus who potentially have temperatures that could be potentially infecting other kids before they even get to school to have temperature checks. Can you elaborate on that a little bit?
Yeah, we had stated that because of the aides on the bus, they will be able to take do the temperature check as the child is getting on the bus. So if there's a child who has a fever of 104 or greater,
100.4.
Excuse me. Yes, thank
Sorry.
you. 100.4 or greater, then they, if the parent is there to receive the child, then that child would be, delivered back to the parent at that point. If there is no parent, then the child would need to go on the bus. Remember, everyone is masked. They would be seated at the front of the bus, and then reevaluated when they get to school. And then, of course, we have isolation spaces at the schools that can be utilized, by our nurse in assessing the child.
Okay. And then one more question. If a teacher decides to take a leave of absence, how and when will the parents be notified of that?
Well, those approvals are happening tonight. As soon as we, with some other discussions related to childcare, some of those might be able to be addressed as a result of that. So as soon as we possibly can. But some of the teachers will be able to start the year in that remote environment. Those who, whether it be a childcare or a health-related issue, they could at least start the year remotely with the child. And if there is a substitute for the teacher at that time, then they could probably work together. And as soon as we are able to secure a substitute for that classroom, we would have that person in there, ideally with the teacher, while if everything's still remote, to ensure that the students meet, all the individuals that they're going to be working with within the year.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Mr. Dietrich?
Okay, going to Doug Rayner. Go ahead, Doug.
Hi, this is Kim Rayner, 1305 Woodlock Avenue. Will Ocean Township Transportation be driving students to the Monmouth County vocational schools following the Monmouth County school calendars and schedule? For instance, my child is scheduled to go to school on September 9th. Will Ocean Township transport him beginning that day?
Yes.
Awesome. And if Ocean Township goes full virtual and Monmouth County vocational does not, will transportation continue?
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you. That's all I have.
Thanks, Kim. Mr. Dietrich?
Okay, we are going to Lisa Ruzicesi.
Hi, I'm Lisa Bruzicasi. I live at 2 the Fellsway in Wayside. I have 2 questions. The first one, I have a high schooler, and the last few years there's been some concerns with bathroom usage at the high school, and I know they had teachers monitoring the bathrooms and allowing only a certain number of kids to go in at a time. I guess my concern now is, I know you're going to have less students in the school, but based on the classrooms, they're still going to be dispersed throughout the building, and we are already at a shortage of teachers potentially. So what is going to be the policy for bathroom usage? Are you going to have restrictions? Are the students simply going to be allowed to go to the bathroom? How are you going to monitor, still potentially having 10 to 15 children in there? Because it really was a concern for me last year that my high schooler had to come home and tell me, as an athlete, he couldn't drink enough water because he was being restricted from using the bathroom, or taking a 15-minute hike to an open bathroom because you had closed locations.
Ms. Kasuga, can you address that, please? I think I saw you on there.
Okay, sorry, I was having trouble unmuting. Yes, absolutely. I'm sorry that was his experience last year. I have to tell you that's not the experience that we saw. We never had 15 standing outside of the bathroom. We do have limited bathrooms open. That's to ensure cleanliness and being able to, follow up, and 1 student at a time to potentially 2 students at a time in the bathroom. So that will happen. We do have, just as we did last year, 1 bathroom in each hallway or an adjacent hallway. So they would never have to walk more than 2 hallways unless they were trying to go to a specific bathroom, which they just don't have the time to do that. So we do have bathrooms open, as I said, in the hallway their class is in, or the adjacent hallway. And by adjacent, it could be perpendicular, it could be downstairs, but it would be adjacent to the hallway they're in.
Okay, I'm hoping that's the truth, because when it was back to school night, I took the walk my son told me to go to the bathroom, because teenagers are still teenagers. So that is incorrect, and there were bathrooms that were absolutely closed. Feel free to survey some of the high schoolers, and there was not a line outside the bathroom. They did have a considerable number of kids, more than 2. So back to my question, this year, having teachers outside, or because there are limited students coming into the building during a given day, they will simply be allowed to check out and just go to the bathroom.
So yes, there are teachers posted outside of bathrooms, just as there were last year. Last year, there was not a restriction to the number of students in the bathroom at a given time, just to try to ensure there was not a crowd in there. This year, there is a limit on the number of students who can go in at one time.
Okay, thank you. My second question was, it kind of touches on Mr. Ziegler's. So during the springtime, it was a challenge for educators as well as parents, and definitely a learning curve for everybody concerned. You did touch on, Ms. Welton, the fact that the school district had purchased some platforms. I am interested, and I'm sure some of the parents, including Mr. Ziegler, might feel more reassured if he understands what engaging platforms will be provided to our teachers during the first few days of PD instruction. I know personally, from using them myself, there are programs like small groups in Zoom, We Teach, Kami, Canvas. What have we purchased to try to help our teachers and better help the students? I agree the schedule is going to make a big difference in consistency and accountability, but I think if we don't have some of the technology on the days when we are remote, we are still going to lose that connection with the kids. The teacher can be on, and again, I'm just saying from personal experience, I watched a few teachers last year have to end a session with my child because they didn't have enough experience on a particular program. And I was understanding of that because we were all trying to figure it out. And again, teachers did not have to go on, I fully understand, but how and what programs are you providing our teachers starting with the PD of school issue? And the other thing I have with that is, if we then are, bringing on some new platforms like Ms. Weldon said, what about maybe an information session where parents, like Mr. Ziegler, who does not know how to use these programs, maybe there's like an information training session where for an hour somebody shows them how to use Zoom or Academy or WeTeach.
Ms. Weldon, do you?
Sure, okay. So some of the things that we purchased this summer were Screencastify, iExcel, Edpuzzle, Define STEM, boom cards for the younger grades, and this is in addition to Reading Eggs, Brain Pop, and some of the other platforms that we already have. We're also, we are using Google Meet and Zoom at this point. We are purchasing larger Zoom accounts for the principals so that they can facilitate large group parent sessions like back to school nights, orientations, other types of trainings like you just mentioned, Parent Academy type training sessions, which the principals and supervisors have in the works as they roll out many different procedures and practices for this school year to our families.
And just go ahead. I was just going to say, just to be clear, Ms. Weldon, I've been on some of the Zooms with staff, and correct me if I'm wrong, but the platforms that we are using are platforms that our staff has requested, and we've pretty much honored all requests of what staff has come forward with, correct?
That is correct. As much as possible, as much as we have been able to, we have purchased the items that the majority of our staff have asked for and have had success with.
Yeah, no, those are all, again, from personal experience, really good platforms. Screencastify, boom cards, all those are really good. Again, my suggestion would just be, once teachers feel comfortable, the possibility of doing some kind of exposure to parents, because again, 3 days does not make an expert of a teacher, so there is no way that a parent can sit home not being trained like educators are.
That's
and
a great idea.
Yeah. Children at home. So little sessions, they could be an hour, possibly even taped, where a parent could then say, yes, you're doing boom cards, I'm going to look at this today, and then I can help you with homework or in class. So just a thought.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for that. And just as we rolled out, at the end of last school year, we rolled out a Spartan Online Learning Library for our students for the summer. Midsummer, we rolled the same thing out for our teachers, which were training videos for them that they could access at their leisure. We are working on one for the parents right now, and as soon as we have more content in that Spartan Parents Online Learning Library, we will be pushing that out to all families.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Mr. Dietrich?
Okay, moving on to Abby Bender. Go ahead, Abby.
Hi, Abby Bender, 7 Lancaster Drive in Wayside. I don't have a question, I have more a comment. I am a middle school teacher in a very nearby, larger district. And I just wanted to say that there are a lot of things going on in Ocean Township that I'm very happy about. For example, my district has not purchased any plexiglass. They are not purchasing webcams for us to use. There will not be temperature checks as the kids walk in the door. And they're not giving us straight answers on whether the kids will be required to wear their masks all day. So I guess I'm just trying to say I'm very happy to see that there are a lot of things being put into place that are not going on in my district, and that was it, just a comment. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bender. Thanks, Mr. Dietrich?
Okay, next up is Andrea Kahakina. Go ahead, Andrea.
Hi, Andrea Kahakina, 1519 Wildwood Avenue in Point Pleasant. Ken, my question question is for you. I know we've talked about the HVAC system and, when it was updated as part of the referendum. But there, at least at the high school, there's quite a few rooms that weren't updated. Workrooms, small offices, converted closets, and the bathrooms. So my question is, by the time we go back in a week, will there be air purifiers and exhaust fans installed in those rooms?
I had this conversation with Mike today, so we're trying, I need to find out exactly which rooms we're talking about, and we do have air purifiers on order, and or exhaust fans that we can install ourselves. So as soon as I know those specific rooms, that we can certainly address them with one of those two options.
And do we expect the purifiers to be in by the 1st?
Let me check.
Love your spreadsheet.
9/2.
Great. The bathroom exhaust fans are kind of concerned because, all the scientists are saying, if you're COVID positive, whether you know you have it or not, your body is expelling it in the bathroom. So it's really important to have those exhaust fans. I know at least on the 2nd floor at the high school, we don't have any exhaust fans. Will those be installed as well for the 1st?
They should be there now. If there are the bathrooms that were retrofitted or something different than the norm, then we can identify that, and we should be able to. That's something our plumber or electrician should be able to install ourselves. We have a talented maintenance crew.
And last question, for rooms that have window air conditioners, will those filters be changed? Because I don't think ever in my 9 years has the social studies workroom filters been changed for that.
Absolutely. They should have been changed. If they haven't, you can shoot me an email as we have in the past, and I can make sure that they were changed.
Great, thank you so much.
Okay, Andrew.
Thank you.
Okay, next up is Denise Bond.
Okay, you can hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. All right, so let me start off by saying I don't want to, I want to make sure that everyone understands. I appreciate everything that, you all have done. And I want to say a few things like to echo on Mr. Ziegler, Mrs. Fuller, Mrs. White, and there was one other person, but okay, so let me see where to begin here. I understand, there's a lot of fear about this virus and everything, and the HVAC system, where I was in the hospital, first of all, had a huge problem with it. But don't worry, not everybody got it then, So I don't think that's like a real main concern, at least for me anyway. I have a student who has an IEP. She left 8th grade. She's now going into 9th grade, and she's had a lot of problems with the remote learning. They did give her an aide who really didn't help her, and my daughter, who was older, did help her pass those classes, while the aide did get credit for that. But now she's going into 9th grade, and she's not going to have an aide. She doesn't know who any of these teachers are. She has biology and algebra, which are very hard subjects for an IEP student that has no clue how she's going to even get onto that Chromebook on the first day of school, considering now it's going to be all remote, or virtual, or whatever you want to call it. To me, it's all the same. Child care fees for any of these elementary school kids. Why am I paying taxes and now I'm gonna have to pay someone else to what, teach my kids? that's another issue I have. I'm sure other parents might have the same problem, considering, you know, Murphy's just taxing all our paychecks like crazy.
Ms. Bond, we appreciate that. I mean, unfortunately, or fortunately, I don't know which way you look at it. It is the whole state, and it's the whole country. And, you know, it's not things that we can, you know, we're trying our best to get us back to school. A lot of other districts have shut down through November. I think that, you know, our plan is really to get kids back. That's what we want. We want our students in the school. We want our faculty in the school. We want it to be, you know, as normal of an experience of what this is going to be to happen. So I appreciate your concerns, and I appreciate your comments. And, you know, we're trying everything we can with a difficult situation that is unprecedented, and hopefully doesn't happen again.
Okay, so if my question's not being answered, so my question is.
I didn't hear a question, so I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Okay, so my daughter who has an IEP, who is going to start school and go to school online, who doesn't even know how she's going to access her classes, because now we just went from being in person on that day to virtual. Okay.
Correct, and there will be, I'm assuming, correct me if I'm wrong, Dr. Stankwitz, there will be emails or something going out from their teachers that will say how they're doing the virtual, you know, if a Google Meet or whatever time.
Yeah, more communication will come from their principal and letting them know exactly what their situation will be as far as, you know, if there's Chromebook distribution or things that have to be done prior to the start of school, they'll get that, you know, you will get that information.
And if you have specific questions, as Mr. Gilman just reminded me, even with my own daughter who I'm dealing with who has an IEP, you can always reach out to your case manager, email your case manager, and if things are not happening.
I don't know who that is.
Then I would email Mrs. Kazuba tomorrow morning, or Ms. Zona, who's the better person to. Either one, Mrs. Kazuba or Mrs. Zona, and ask them who your case manager is, and they will be able to get back to you very quickly and give you the email of the person that can get into contact. You can get in contact with your specific concerns. And as we stated before with Mr. Ziegler, if it's not working for your daughter and she's having specific problems, reach out to the teacher, reach out to the principal, the case manager, the child study team, Mrs. Zona. You can reach out to Dr. Stankwitz. We are prepared to be answering questions, and we welcome questions. You know, as we see here, I mean, we're coming up on 10 o'clock. Been here for 2.5 hours answering questions at this point. So we are very willing to do it, and we will, you know, we'll direct you to the proper channels so that your questions for your daughter can be specifically answered.
Okay, and my second question is, I'm not done yet. I'm trying to weigh out, because I have 4 kids. And my one daughter, I just want to say that she had the best kindergarten teacher ever.
That's
okay,
great.
But still, you know, when it came down to remote, you know, turned off her screen, and, you know, muted herself. The teacher didn't even know she was there. So there's some issues there that would obviously need to be addressed with little ones. And considering that there's no real definite need that, you know, we're actually going to go back to school, that this isn't going to continue to be all virtual, I need to weigh my pros and cons of what do I want to do with my 4 kids. On the other hand,
well, that, unfortunately, Ms. Bond, I can't answer that for you. There's the virtual, you know, so.
How do I access the federal money, the local money, and any other money if I want to put them into say a Catholic school, for instance, that was,
That's above a question that I can answer. That's something that you could reach out to your legislators about and ask them. Unfortunately, it's not something that we can, I don't know where you would get the funding for that. So that would be something that you could.
Well, you get money for each child that goes to the school, especially the IEP one.
Okay, but that's
how it works.
That's not. That wouldn't be how it would work. So if you're looking to take them out of district, that would be something that you would have to do on your own, and you would have to. If you have questions from there, I would go to your legislators. Okay. Thank you. Mr. Dietrich?
Hey. Carolyn Stack. Go ahead, Carolyn.
Carolyn, you were on my first page forever, and now you've dropped. I don't know where you went. There you are. There you are. Yes, go ahead.
Okay, Carolyn Stack, 612 Off Avenue, Oakhurst. I think I have two pretty straightforward questions here for the first two. Regarding the water filling stations, I have a little bit of a hard time hearing Ken, so if you wouldn't mind clarifying, I think what I heard was that OTIS, the high school, Wayside, and Wanamassa have them all, but Dow Ave is still without one, is that correct?
As of this moment, yes, but by the start of school, all of them will have some.
Okay, all right, and that's a definite, because yes, that's a definite that Dow will have water filling station.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. And then my second question is regarding the aids on the buses. Is that are all buses going to have aids throughout, all of the different schools, or how is that working?
Yes.
Yes.
Every single bus.
In district schools you're talking about?
In District Ocean Township, all 5 of our schools' buses will have an aid, correct?
Correct.
Okay. All right. Great. Thank you.
You're welcome. Okay.
Okay, up to Caitlin Zimmerman.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. So I'm the athletic trainer and a teacher at the high school, and I kind of just had, it's kind of a concern, observation I've made throughout the summer, and just kind of a concern I have going back. So I 100% want to be back with my students in school. I 100% want the athletes to have a season. I think all the policies we're making are great. I'm hoping to follow all those policies very closely. And I think there's a potential for this to go well. But from what I've seen, and as, a young, healthy individual, I have no one that lives directly in my house that, has an issue. But I'm still uncomfortable as a medical professional necessarily going back in because the kids don't think it's a serious issue. The kids don't wear their masks without constant reminders from myself, from the athletic director, from the coaches to wear their masks. And it really puts, especially when we go inside the building, it's going to put teachers, staff members, and other students who do take it really seriously, because there are students who are taking it really seriously in their classes. And so I'm a little bit concerned going back just because I think there's a real lack of seriousness. And I don't know what, as a district, we can do about that, but I really worry about it. And I've told the kids, I want you to be in school, I want you to have a season, and try to, have that discussion and things with them, but it's constantly every day, multiple times a day, put your mask on your face, put your mask on your face, put your mask on your face, and I'm just really concerned going back with what I've observed this summer with the summer workouts. And I'm seeing 230 kids a day right now doing temperature checks and screenings and things, and I just think it's a big concern.
Thank you, Kate. I don't know that I have an answer other than to say that hopefully once we're back in this class or school, hopefully you're gonna have more help than just you, the coaches, and Mr. Todd to,
We need parents to help us. We need everybody to partner. You're absolutely right. If kids want to be in school, if kids want to have seasons, if kids want to have, if they don't want to experience or not experience, if they want a prom, if they want a graduation, I think kids understand it. At graduation, every kid kept their mask on, every one. We had actually more of a problem with our parents in the stands keeping masks on. So I think we have to stress with parents. I think parents need to help us. I think we all need to work together to stress to our students that it's important, that it's critical. And I think if we work together and we do that, we're gonna be able to be successful. I agree with you, Caitlin, that I'm out and about, and I'm out a lot of places, and more often than not, I'm the only one with a mask on. So I think that I think it's I hear you. So we're all going to have to work together to make sure that we're all doing what we need to do.
Thanks, Kate.
Thank you.
Mr. Dietrich.
Okay, Lindsay Hayes.
Hi, Lindsay Hayes, 51 Maidenstone Drive in Wayside. My
and is less of a question and more of a request. My family needs to choose the all-remote option to keep us safe due to a high-risk family member. I requested an IEP meeting to include remote learning specifics and adjust my son's goals, as well as to confirm how some of the identified areas of his IEP will be met in a virtual setting. Instead of being met with collaboration, concerns, or questions, I received a letter completely denying my request with no additional means of reaching out to me or discussing what my concerns were further, even if it were outside of the formal IEP process. Why does the school not want to discuss this to ensure that my child's instruction is successful? Specifically based on who I've spoken to, it's likely that I have one of the only children in our self-contained class who won't be in person. How will we meet or adjust the social goals in his IEP, push in classroom goals, and identify and complete mainstreaming opportunities? I'm afraid that with the district having 20 days to even respond to a request for a new IEP meeting, that we will miss valuable months of instruction after we already missed out on quality education March through June. Frankly, after a part of my IEP for my son was missed for ESY, I'm concerned about what other areas of his IEP may be missed during remote scheduling this fall. So in general, the lack of collaboration was extremely disappointing, and so my request is for the folks reviewing IEP requests to please be thoughtful about why a parent may be asking for one, and to meet the request with an open mind and with the student's best interest at heart. You mentioned tonight that everyone is prepared to answer questions, so I hope that's true when I reach out again.
Thank you, Lindsay. I don't know if we want to. So.
Okay, next up is Vivian Wellner.
Hi, thank you. So my question really built on what Mr. Ziegler said, and Ms. Weldon was very kind to answer and elaborate. And then Ms. Brzezinski, correct, also had a question about bridging the classical traditional classroom to our new reality of remote learning. And my question is about this professional mentoring that I know exists. I know people who do it, people who teach teachers how to make effective classroom teaching in this remote environment. And Ms. Weldon, I think you did elaborate a lot about the platforms that exist. And I'm not familiar with all of them. I'm familiar with some of the platforms like iExcel, which are really more online programs for children to go on. And my children actually went on and did a lot of iExcel over the summer. I did find your Spartan School Library, coincidentally, we will know about it. But what kind of professional mentoring? Is this something that you're going to do in the first 2 days before school starts? I'd like to know a little bit more about what you have to say.
No problem. So always, not just this year, but we have always had, or in the last few years, we have moved to an instructional coaching model where teachers are afforded job-embedded PD, professional development, at all times throughout the year through instructional coaches and also through educational technology specialists. So as they need help or support, there are coaches on hand to help them develop new strategies, implement new technology in the classroom that enhances learning. So all of those supports are still in place. Hopefully, we have enough teachers to cover all of that, and we're able to have our coaches still serve in that capacity. So that's planned. We also have a meeting schedule and a PLC schedule, which has embedded PD all year long. So principals prepare professional development and supervisors prepare professional development that happens every month.
Okay. I think it would be great if you put something out, maybe in writing for parents, because until you mentioned that this evening, I know, speaking to my neighbors, friends. None of us knew that, and that was a huge concern. And I think it would be very reassuring that some of us would know that these things exist and they're helping our children, and just enlighten us with this. And maybe clarifying some of those classes that you talked about. I'm not familiar with all of them. I think that would be helpful.
It's a great idea. Thank you.
Another question I have is about the days that the children are on their remote days or Wednesday. Specifically, let's start with Wednesday. Will the teacher be in school or at home and everybody is remote? Could you clarify how that's going to work?
You're just talking about an average Wednesday, a typical Wednesday is.
Well, first, I want to know what happens on Wednesday.
Right.
Is it going to be sort of like what happened in the spring? Is this a Zoom, or is teacher somewhere and doing a webcam and teaching everybody? How does Wednesday work?
The intention, remember, Wednesdays, the reason for the remote Wednesdays was to make sure that the cleaning between cohorts was done and done in a way that would not have as many people in the schools to go against the purpose of cleaning. Like the more people you have there, then it kind of defeats the purpose. So the idea was to clean between cohorts, to deep clean. As we're going to be cleaning every night, but just deep clean between cohorts. So as a general rule, the thought would be that teachers would be also remote on Wednesdays, but they would still be following the schedule, a classroom early dismissal schedule. So it's not like the spring. The expectation would be the teachers would be with the students for that early dismissal schedule, using a visual platform.
So is the visual platform just sort of like a Zoom sort of?
Yeah, it could be Google Meet, it could be Zoom, whatever, could one of those platforms, absolutely.
So on the days that their children are remote, let's say if my son is in school Thursday, Friday, and so he's remote on Monday, Tuesday, he's just he's looking at his computer at a webcam, right? It's not necessarily a Zoom. He's not looking at other kids who are in the same cohort as him who are on that remote day.
He could see everyone. It could be set up where he could see everyone in the class, and then also see a classroom view, but also see the individuals. Also, it would depend if they're using the computer. If they're not using a webcam, because we talked about the fact that the webcams are more than likely going to be delayed. If they're using the computer, it would look more like a Google Meet or a Zoom.
It would look like when we share the screen, when Mr. Dietrich shares the screen during the agenda portion of the meeting, that it would look somewhat like that. So a number of the students would probably minimize depending on the view the teacher has or the student has on their computer. And then the Google Chrome add-on. We're a Google school. We use many of the apps for education through Google and many add-ons that we have access to. So some teachers will use the Google Meet or Zoom, but when they share their screen, then that screen can become the view of learning there.
Look, I just didn't want it to be in isolation for each kid just looking at, let's say, the front of the classroom with the teacher talking and not having that interaction, facial response, and between the kids as well. And maybe just a suggestion, a little bit of technical mentoring, for both parents and teachers. Not everyone's familiar with how to use these platforms. I know my husband has to step in and give a little bit of help. Teachers are having problems with so I think Mr. Ziegler said, or somebody said, just a little bit of a technical.
Well, it's certain. We absolutely will do that, and we will try and step up our game a little bit in that area. It was our hope that we would see students on the 3rd, and we would start right away with half of the class in class trying to train them on how to use these things, which we will absolutely do on the 14th. But I absolutely appreciate your comment, and we'll see what we can put together for parents.
Right. I think also all the kids just not on Slack. They're feeling discouraged. you know, for everybody, for all the kids to see the other kids and not put like a profile picture or just their name. If that was the, that would be mandatory. That's very, just a suggestion.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. Dietrich?
Next up is Alyssa Bahari. Go ahead, Alyssa, you're off mute.
Oh, hi. I was just wondering, will parents and guardians be notified if their child is in a class with a mask-exempt child?
We are still checking on the legality of that.
Okay.
So if you get an answer on that, you can email Ms. Bahari. If he gets an answer on that, he will email the answer to you.
Because if we don't have to let somebody know the exact who it is, but we're still checking to see if whether that that creates an issue from a privacy standpoint.
No, of course. I was just wondering if, you know, personally speaking, if my own child happened to be in a class with another child who is not going to wear the mask for whatever reason it may be, if we as parents or guardians might have the right to know that and make a decision based on that information.
Okay.
Don't mind my dogs in the background.
That's okay. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Dietrich?
Next up is Keith Chapman.
Good evening. My name is Keith Chapman, 565 West Park Avenue. How will attendance be recorded if my kids can't go to their normally their remote schedule if they're unable to attend it? Will attendance be taken? Will it count against them?
Attendance will be taken on a daily basis. The teachers, well, at the secondary level, teachers, you know, do that by class, or at least at the high school level. You know, every teacher really needs to take attendance each class. There really would be a couple designations. You know, one would be that you know, present in school, but also then another designation of present remotely. Because you know, obviously there's some differences, right? We need to be responsible as to where the children are. So if they're present in school, present remotely, or if they're not present either, then they are absent. Now, you know, if a parent is having a problem, for example, there's young children who are having trouble getting on remote, can't access the teacher for whatever reason, then you contact your principal and we will work with you, and we're not going to allow that kind of a situation to count against the student from an attendance standpoint. If it's a technology problem or just, you know, we have a young child whose parents may not be home, and maybe you know, the person that's watching them is not able to assist them and they're having trouble getting on, we're not going to penalize children because they fall into that situation.
So we're to notify the administrators in the buildings?
If there's an issue, absolutely notify your principal and your teacher. I mean, your teacher's the first person to speak with, but you know, teacher, principal, and they will absolutely work with you to address, you know, if there's any problems related to attendance.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, next up is Colleen Jameson.
Good evening, everyone. First off, because I've had a concern listening in this evening, that I would really appreciate it if all of the parents or educators that have sincere concerns regarding the school year have the opportunity to speak and receive an answer in full before being dismissed to the next person with a question. I've been on all night and I've heard that happen quite a few times, that when the question becomes a difficult one, we interrupt and dismiss and move on to the next person on the list. It's really disheartening to hear that we won't take the time that we said that we would, because we are listening to all questions, that we seem to just be moving on to the next person. It broke my heart to listen to Mrs. Hayes, who, not Alex, Lindsay, I believe it was, who spoke about her child and how there was crickets. There was not even a, I'm sorry you felt that way, I'm sorry that was your experience, you know, maybe you can contact so-and-so. Nothing, there was absolutely nothing, and that's disgusting. So on to my two questions. Question number one, seeing how there's been a lot of discussion about what will we expect for this school year, and seeing how we don't know if it's going to be September, October, January, March, June, is there a guideline of what's expected per grade level, meaning like the elementary school? Do the teachers have an expectation to meet a certain, whatever it is, based on the principal or the superintendent of the school to instruct a certain way, or is it based on each teacher individually? I know back in March through June, it was difficult. It was new. Nobody knew what to do. Nobody knew. This wasn't something that anybody could see coming. So we all learned, every single one of us, and that's understandable. But we've had all summer now to help prepare our staff and our teachers to better prepare our students come September. And it seems like back in the spring, so many teachers were different on what they provided, and each student received something different. I have no complaints. My son had a wonderful experience in the elementary, and I have mixed feelings about the middle school based on just because there's different teachers. It's not just one teacher, so some teachers were outstanding and others not as much. But
I think Miss Weldon.
No, Amy, you're not going to interrupt me. That is a problem, I said. I do not want to be interrupted.
I was trying to give you to Miss Weldon to answer your question, and on the first one, okay.
I haven't finished my question yet. So I'm just curious, is there something uniformed by each school, each grade level, or is it going to be based on what the teachers are prepared to do? As far as instructing the students, because that has been some of the parents' concerns this evening, is that their students receive different educations based on the teachers. So moving forward, come September, if you're expecting your child in second grade, third grade, fourth grade to receive a certain education, will all of the second, third, fourth grades receive the same education? And that goes for Dow, Wayside, and Wanamasa. Now, Amy, you may refer the question to whoever you'd like to answer.
I'll address it.
Go ahead. Thank you.
Ms. Jameson, obviously all of our teachers in every grade level follow a curriculum that is prescribed and of course, approved by the Board of Education based on the New Jersey student learning standards. So all the teachers, the education that the children receive is, while it may not always be delivered exactly the same by each teacher, the standards that are taught are the same and consistent. One of the things that we, however, have been working on this summer with our supervisors and providing to our teachers is that we understand that in this situation, we really want to focus in on those core the core learning standards and the core competencies that are needed for students in math and language arts and more of the core content areas, because we are still going to be losing learning time. Even though we have a full class schedule, it's not going to be the same as what is normal. So we're really focusing in on some of those the more core content or not the core content areas, but focusing on the core elements of each class, the necessities of what the kids absolutely every student needs to know. and you know, incorporating. So, for example, you know, social studies is going to be incorporated more, and more language arts into social studies, and more math and science incorporated, as opposed to you know, I'm talking about the elementary level where they may have been two different subjects before. It would be more integration, more those subjects being brought together. So I just wanted to stress that, and you know, Ms. Weldon, if you have anything to add to that, that's I think that addresses your question.
Thank you, Ms. Weldon. I would love to hear more from you. I would appreciate that.
Okay, so as Dr. Spankowitz said, the supervisors did work this summer on identifying the priority standards that we feel are the essential grade level standards in major content areas like math, language arts, science, social studies. We know that we are already cutting instructional time because we are having an early dismissal day every Wednesday, and we're having additional remote days to start the year, more than we would ordinarily have. So we know that there's already loss of instructional time. We imagine with extra hand washing breaks, bathroom breaks, bathroom breaks having to be more spread out, that there will be additional loss of instructional time. So we knew that the teachers would not be able to return on September 3rd and just start teaching the way they always have, that would need to be adjusted. So the supervisory team worked this summer to identify priority standards and to identify across our programs, across our Wonders program, across our Envision program, and some of our secondary programs, what teachers can eliminate. What they can eliminate and still teach students the key standards for success at the grade level. And that has been done across the district.
I totally understand that it's not going to be a normal school year, and I completely understand how the different teachers work in the school buildings and that they're so different. However, they all have a curriculum to teach. So now if we're talking about having hand washing and bathroom breaks, how does that then end up on a remote day? So does that mean that my child then takes a bathroom break and a hand washing break at the same time that the class does? Or are they no longer on a video at that time? Like, I'm not looking for the academic part of it as far as like how much ELA and how much math and how much social. I'm looking at a schedule as far as my kid gets up at what time in the morning on a remote day and reports to school.
Okay, no problem.
School time, and then as that happens across the day, is the computer open all day to be in front of it to see social studies and then math and then ELA, or like where is it in writing and what kind of schedule, or what is it that we can then put in front of the students themselves so that they have a schedule to follow just like they do in their school classroom when they come into school in the morning, and they know that they have their they come in the morning, they meet and greet, they have their pledge of allegiance, they sit down, they have math, and then they have ELA, then they have a snack, and then they go to gym, then they have lunch, then they have bathroom, what kind of schedule are we providing to the children, especially elementary, because they cannot school themselves, to keep them on schedule and keep them on track and provide them with a more routine of a day? Because I do know personally that numerous parents over the summer have spoken, and my experience was not like another second grade experience that was not like the other and not like a different school that's in the same district. So I'm just looking to find out how are we going to approach this to where our students are going to get similar educations, even though it is understandably so different right now. I know it's not going to be the same as if they were there.
We are, so in the parent-friendly version of our school plan, reopening plan, you will see the start and end times of the school days, both for full days and remote, early dismissal days, excuse me. Those times are the typical times of schools that you're used to from last year. The full day time and the early dismissal times are just about the same as they were last year. But the start and end times are in that plan. Then each principal put out school-specific plans, okay, to go over that schedule for their building. But then the classroom teachers, when they meet their students, when they will have to send out a communication to their families about the start of school. And then on that first day, when they are meeting their students, one of the things that they will go over is sharing a schedule of, on Thursdays, this is our special time, and we're gonna start with ELA, and we're gonna have math in the afternoon, or whatever it may be. That's those specifics about, we have phys ed on Thursdays and we have art on Mondays, that will come from the classroom teacher.
No, I understand that for the week. I'm talking about like daily. Like, will the teachers be able to provide a daily schedule that will keep basically all students on task instead of just having this particular teacher did Zooms at 11, someone else did them at 2, and someone else did them at 1. Somebody did them 1 day a week, some other teacher did them 5 days a week, somebody else did them 3 days a week. Like, there was really not a whole lot of consistency in how each of the different classrooms were being run. Is there going to be consistency, or is it going to be based on a teacher?
No, we are following our full school schedule. From, if you are at the high school and you are a ninth grader, you must be in class at 7:25. You will be in that class for the full period. When the bell rings, the virtual bell rings, you will move to period 2, and you will meet with that teacher, and you will move through a full day of schedules right up until 1:55. The same applies for the intermediate school. You will move from teacher to teacher on a full day. You will have full periods of classes. On an early dismissal day, you will have every single period, and you will meet with all of the teachers, but the period will be shortened because it's an early dismissal day. At the elementary, I'm sorry?
I said understandably. No,
okay. And then at the elementary schools, the teachers will follow a daily schedule, Mondays, and in many cases, they follow the same schedule every day except for the special. The special is what changes, but they have, a lot of times they have ELA in the morning, and then they move to some social studies integrated into the ELA, and they may have a special. You know, if they're in school, they're going to have recess. If your cohort, if your child is at home, when the students in school are having recess, the teacher's going to say, everybody take a 10-minute break. Why don't you go to the bathroom? Why don't you get some fresh air? Why don't you get a drink of water? And meet us back here, please, in 10 minutes. The same is going to go with learning. They're going to introduce a topic. They're going to teach them a lesson. They're going to answer questions. They're going to have a class discussion and let students at home hear students in the school so that they can really build that classroom community feel. And then they're going to give an assignment, an independent assignment, and they're going to say to the students at home, you can turn your screens down now, but I need you to come back in 20 minutes because we're going to pick up here in 20 minutes to answer questions and move to the next part of the lesson. And that's how we're going to build in screen breaks, but that's how the day is going to go all day. So they will be engaged until 3, if they're an elementary age student, they will be engaged until 3:15 p.m. on a full day.
Well, thank you, Kelly. I think some parents needed to hear that as far as the breakdown, because I think there was a lot of misunderstanding about how the day was actually going to go as far as, are they going to follow along as a regular school day, or is it going to be like last year where they sign on at their Zoom time and they're assigned, 1, 2, and 3, and they finish that work in 30 minutes, and then that's the end of the school day. And I think a lot of parents are concerned with it, that it's not going to be a full school day like last year. And I understand, again, that was crazy and no one was prepared for that, but we did have from March to June to make it better, and a lot of teachers did make it better, but I think they did it on their own. Maybe I'm misspoken on that, but that's just my personal opinion. I appreciate that. Thank you for your answers. And my second question was, I'm not done, Amy.
No, I was asking you if you had a second question. Go ahead.
Yes, of course I do. My second question was, seeing how we have a need for substitutes, did we poll all of our substitutes to get a feel of who wants to return, who is concerned about returning, who's comfortable in the classroom, and who just chooses not to come back this year, so that we have an accurate number of who's available to sub for this year, so that we know that if some of our teachers are not coming back and those substitutes are then pulled to cover them, that when a teacher has an emergency or needs to take a day off that is not COVID related, it is not in the pre-plan of not coming to school, that we have extra subs to show up and cover those classes?
Yes.
We did that in the spring, and we did it again just over the last in the last week.
Not the training email, an actual poll of who's returning, and not the typical poll of fill out that form and send it back that happens every year. I mean, under COVID situations.
Our personnel department reached, is what I've been told, has reached out. What they were directed to do and what I've been told they've done is that they've reached out to every single substitute to see about their comfort level as to working as a sub in school this year.
Oh, okay, interesting. Thank you. I appreciate your time.
Hey, Amy, just on a point, I don't know how much time we have left to actually go through our agenda. So I'm not sure how you want to address that.
Well, I think, Mr. Dietrich, what did you how many more public comments do we have?
6.
6?
Yep, we're on to Jody Madigan.
We can't really cut, we can't and we won't stop public comment. I mean, it's.
Do we have a time till 12 o'clock, or what's our?
Hopefully we'll get through these 6 and then we'll be able to move on to the agenda pretty quickly.
Okay.
Let's hope. I mean, we also have our attorney still on here to talk about the one policy, so we'll hope we can move it along. That's what I'm trying to do. I'm not trying to.
No, I understand.
Go ahead, Mr. Teacher.
Okay.
Sorry, who is
Yep.
it?
Go ahead, Jody. You're off mute.
My address is 207 Elmwood Road in Oakhurst. And I just wanted to go back to what Carrie Weber was talking about a while ago with the kids with 504s and IEPs and the teachers' kids going to school. So if we are trying to keep these kids with IEPs and 504s in their separate cohorts, how are we keeping the kids of teachers that are going to school now the 4 days?
Oh, I think you muted yourself, Jody.
Oh, I took her up.
Okay, go ahead. Sorry, Jody. You still there?
Okay, so you didn't hear it.
Oh, you muted again. I believe that your question is, how are we keeping, with denying 504s and IEPs, how are we keeping the teachers' kids being able to go from cohort to cohort? I believe that's what your question was.
Right, so
Okay.
if it's going to expose the IEP kids and 504 kids to too many cohorts, how is that not exposing the teachers' kids?
Okay. Well, I mean, I'll just say that I think that the reasoning for the the reasoning for the teachers' kids is so that we can open our schools and have our teachers in. The reason we can't, from what Dr. Spankwitz has said, is the 504s and the IEPs is a lot more a lot more students, sorry it's late, a lot more students than what the teachers' children are. So while the cohort was taken into consideration, the fact that we need our teachers in our schools supersedes that in the situation.
Okay, I 100% understand that, and I think it's great as a district that we're providing that for our teachers. Can I ask then how many parents have reached out to request 4 days for their IEP child?
I don't know the answer to that, but I don't know off the top of Mr.
I don't know that. To me, not that many, but I don't know that they would. It's not an option at this point. We didn't say that was something that someone could do. I mean, I can tell you we have at least 350 students who fall in that category.
Just in the 504 category.
No, resource room.
Okay.
I mean, if we would, as we've said many times, we would love to be able to offer that to all of our students. That would be ideal. But one group is very small. It's less than 50 kids total, and the other group is hundreds of kids, and so the differences are significant to be able to offer it to. I mean, to say how many have reached out, I don't think it's been that many. But if we said, hey, if your child's in resource room or have a 504 and you'd like, to have your child go 4 days a week, let us know. I'm sure we would get hundreds of requests for that.
Did you have a second question or comment, Ms. Madigan?
No, I did not. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Mr. Dietrich?
Okay, next up is Jen Smith.
What chance of the post? No, it really.
She's saying you're off mute, Jen.
The IEPs that no, they cannot because it would be exposing them to too many cohorts. And she said, well, why is it okay for the teachers' kids to be exposed to too many cohorts? And why is it okay for the...
Okay. I'll come back to you. Mike Riley, come on down. Go ahead, Mike. Yep. You're not off mute. There you go.
There we go. Mike Riley, 700 Carroll Avenue, Oakhurst. Just a real quick one. We've been waiting for some guidelines for the COVID testing and the reporting and just how the process is going to happen in the schools should anything unfortunately occur. So if we're waiting for these state guidelines, I just want to know have they arrived yet, and will the staff get a copy?
As far as, I'm sorry, Mike, can you just clarify a little bit exactly what you mean? Like if there's a positive test in the school, you mean?
Yes, exactly.
Okay. So those guidelines we were put out by the we and I think we discussed this at one of our staff town hall meetings, but they formally were kind of put out there with the August 13th Department of Health guidelines for schools that came out. So if there's a positive test in the school, we work with the Monmouth Regional Health Commission to then work back to contact trace. They do that, and then we assist them in that, and we work with our families and make determinations as to where the student was, what higher contact, what higher contacts were, or high risk contacts, I should say, may have occurred, and that would typically be those contacts that were within 6 feet for depends on who you ask, 10 to 15 minutes or more, and typically also two without a mask, and those folks would more than likely be asked to quarantine. Other folks who were not in that situation, who were considered to be in low risk category, low risk contact, would be more than likely just asked to monitor symptoms but would not need to quarantine. A person who is asked to quarantine, even if they get a negative test does not remove a person from quarantine. Does that answer your question?
Well, it does, but is the staff going to get a checkoff list or a breakdown of that? I mean, I know we covered it, but we don't have anything right in front of us. Have we? Did I miss an email, basically?
No, I don't think so. I guess I'm not understanding, and I apologize. I'm just not understanding what exactly. I mean I can certainly provide everybody with the Department of Health guidelines. I'm just trying to understand. There isn't an exact procedure. If nothing happens until there's a negative test, and then once there's a negative test, it's working with the health department to contact trace back. It doesn't, that's really how it goes. So I'm not trying to be vague. I apologize if it sounds that way. I'm just trying to understand, exactly what it is you'd be looking for.
Well, I guess just the guidelines that you're referring to. That's all.
Okay. I mean, we can certainly make all of the. I mean, they're available on the Department of Health website, but we can make them available to all the staff. Absolutely.
All right. Thank you.
And much of that, by the way, is in our plan. Like you just read, it's in the restart plan. So it's in that as well, which is of course on the website and available. So.
Okay, next up is Gina Corrigan-Rabon.
Hi, Gina Rabon, 32 Seward Drive. I just wanted to get some clarification on the staff being able to bring their children to school, grades kindergarten through 4th. I'm an educator in a neighboring district, and I can't bring my child to school. I'm trying to find childcare myself. However, our district is offering us a discounted rate through our before and after care, where I can bring my daughter to work, and she would be able to tap into her Zoom into Ocean. Have we offered anything through like human services for our staff members to possibly do that? Because then we would eliminate cross-contamination from the cohorts from A to D.
We did work with human services. They were not very able to provide that for us. And so we looked for other options that we could provide. And we have two things. One, for staff who live in town, whose students are enrolled in the district, we offered them the opportunity to have their children come for the 4 days a week that in-person instruction will be taking place. And we've discussed, and the board will consider at some point this evening or this morning or tomorrow morning the possibility of having staff who do not live in town, whose kids don't come to school, the ability to bring their kids and be in a setting where they're supervised and can take part in their schools on remote learning on the days that the children are remote from their schools.
Okay, and I apologize if this was already discussed, I may have missed it, but the elementary lunch, that the students are going to be eating in their classroom, is that correct?
That's correct.
And there's going to be plexiglass on the desks?
That is absolutely an option that the teachers can use during lunchtime if they choose, yes.
Okay, so for kindergarten, orientation is on September 1st. First day back to work for a lot of parents who won't be able to get there, so we're going to be sending our kindergartners with childcare, babysitters or grandparents. So will the classroom be set up as to what the classroom will look like when our students start attending in person, hopefully September 14th, like plexiglass on the desk, so that we could start preparing our students that it's not going to be what it used to be? Are the classrooms going to be ready?
The classrooms are ready. If you weren't on earlier, we were discussing the plexiglass is scheduled to, we have some in district, so I'm sure we can get a hold of those, and the elementary principals can put them, in classrooms that the kids can see on those particular days. My understanding, we have a few, we have like 90 in district, right? And the majority of them are scheduled to arrive on the 1st. So, but yeah, I think that we have enough in district that the principals can, on those days, can have them available so that the kids can see exactly what the rooms. Also, the principals are doing videos that they'll be sending out by week's end that show the classes, show how things are going to look. So I think that will be very helpful to a lot of parents and children as well.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, we're on to our last two. Alex, you're up.
Okay, I think I have two, but I might have them real quick afterwards. But I also had a comment first. It does seem like this meeting is getting a little contentious, and as a parent listening, it almost feels like some members on this board want this to be over, want to rush us. I'm seeing some eye rolling, some sighing. And I think everyone needs to take a breather in this room. These are the times that are going to define us, and our reaction to these times is going to further define us. I think we need to have some compassion for some of these frustrated parents' complaints. When there is a question that is asked, I think it's the Board of Education's duty to provide some kind of a response to maybe assuage these parents' fears. I think what we have been hearing from upset parents the most comes from a lack of transparency and a lack of communication, because Ms. Weldon's description of what the day-to-day will look like was probably the best, most complete description of what's going to happen in 8 days.
And I think that probably spoke to a lot of parents, and that's why there's 275 parents here, and it is now 10:41. At the last Board of Ed meeting that lasted hours, parents were dropping off. So I think that tells you all something, or should tell you all something, that parents are needing a little bit more answers. And frankly, it's a little disappointing to see some answers be unanswered. So I will move on to my questions. You're going to be talking about stipends, which I believe Miss Cindy White brought up, by the way. Alex Hayes, 700 Dow Avenue. I always forget that. You're going to be talking about stipends later on. And frankly, some of the things that are going to be happening, I know it's mostly high school, maybe middle school, and I'm not one of those parents yet. I know the 5th grader. I don't see how, like, what's the Italian club going to be doing? What's, hold on, and everyone thinks I don't like something. Safety patrol, $2,500, volleyball club, makerspace. Instead of approving these stipends now, and then seeing we need to, retroact, which is what Dr. Stefankiewicz mentioned, if that actually doesn't happen, why don't we not say yes to some of these stipends? And why don't we offer so that these teachers can get extra income, because I know they rely on these stipends. Why don't we offer them to teach some night classes like Long Branch is doing? And I'm wondering if we have looked into that. We have a lot of parents that are not going to be starting to help their kids until 6 p.m., 7 p.m., whatever. And I think Long Branch is having a novel idea to bring in some teachers to go over some classroom instructions in the evening. So would we consider that, and which of these stipends are we really going to be having these programs for? I guess that is my first question.
So can I just say, before you speak to this, like, maybe specifically, I think overall part of why we're looking to, we're hopeful that we are going back in person on the 14th. Some of us are hopeful that this transitions to more in person. I know a lot of folks think we might transition to more virtual, depending on what happens.
They can't hear you. Denise is saying.
But I think, part of why we are planning for these clubs and other extracurriculars to be in existence is to, as much as we can, create this as a normal school year for the kids. And part of that is the extracurriculars, the athletics, and all of those other things that make the school a community, that makes it more than just the class experience that they have during the day. And these clubs will be operating virtually so that kids who are in person and who are fully remote and remote that day will all be able to participate remotely and virtually. And part of this is trying to make the experience that we weren't able to capture in the spring, we're trying to replicate the school experience in the fall as much as humanly possible while kids are in person and virtual. And I think Dr. Stefankiewicz will be able to speak to which ones specifically will be able to happen, and if any of them don't, how we'll adjust to that. But we are trying as much as possible, whether your interest is sports, art, makerspace, or whatever it might be, that you can still be experiencing those things even during this pandemic, so that we can provide as much normalcy to these kids as humanly possible.
Absolutely, and I think that in the spring, many things were able to function. The sand pebbles, the literary magazines, a lot of obviously the spring, a lot of the coaches engaged the kids in spring athletics that unfortunately were not able to meet and have a season, but the coaches engaged them. I think it would be premature to say that any of these can operate, even volleyball. I think the club advisors and the coaches, I think, are very innovative and can certainly engage their students and keep them involved. Kids who join these clubs, they have a great interest, and we want to be able to keep that interest going. As far as the evening programs, we have talked about that. I do think it's a great idea. But we're not in a place right now where we're able to implement anything. But it is something that we are we did have some preliminary conversations about trying to do something similar to that. Yes.
Okay, and I do want to reiterate, I hope I hope that kids can do all these things. I just don't physically see how that's going to happen. So I was questioning why we would pay for it or approve it now. Okay, so my second question is, since we're going to be remote and we all have new teachers for our kids, especially elementary, how are these kids going to find out their Google Access passwords? Are you sending home some kind of a packet, something for? We have a week to go here, so what are we going to expect to see in the mail?
Yeah, the principals were communicating with the teachers to reach out, and the teachers will provide that information. Absolutely.
Virtually, or through email or through the mail?
I'm not sure how the principals are arranging it with.
Mr. Amato had his hands up. Mr. Amato, do you know?
That's why we sent out the emails earlier in the week. I can't speak for the other principals, but I know that my secretarial staff was emailing and checking emails to make sure everything, we weren't getting any kickbacks on emails, so we're almost like I can say so close to 100% of having almost everybody's email. And once again, end of the week, Friday, it's going to be in, I can speak for me, it's going to be in my letter.
Chris, going off of what Alex is saying on that, will the
that's
parents?
That's going to be in my letter. I know you have a 5th grader coming up, so you can expect that on Friday.
But my question is, so the email will go to the parents' email, not so much the kids' email. So the parents will be at least in your building.
It's going to go to both.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, and I have another question.
I sent out, the principals all sent out last week a letter to parents, and then we sent out an email this morning as well, just updating the parents that we're going to be sending a video out, that there's going to be a Zoom next week, sort of like this, but just for our own buildings. And obviously, we've been communicating with the staff. When the staff comes back next week, and even before then, some are going to be reaching out to their parents and kids to get them onto Google Classroom. So we're very cognizant of the fact that we're going to be starting the year without seeing them here. So we're going to be working on getting that information as soon as possible. And we're at 100% on the email, so I feel good about that.
Thank you, Mr. Mono. Mr. Amato.
Amy, can I just clarify one thing?
Sure.
The email, I said both. The email, the letter is going to go out to parents on Friday.
Okay.
Google Classroom invites will be going to the student email. So it is going out. I said both, but I really mean the one letter is going out to the parents. The Google invites will go to the students, so the parents will know to remind their students to check their email. There's going to be a specific time that we're going to ask our teachers to release it by, so everybody's getting it at the same time at the middle school.
Okay, so your email will indicate that to check the students' emails. Okay.
Okay, that's great.
Do I anticipate? Sorry. Okay, thank you. Thanks, Alex. Go ahead, Jim.
Nick and Samara Catalona. You had a question? Go ahead, you're off mute.
Hello, sorry, we're having a little bit of connection issue.
We can hear you now.
Sure if this was, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yes, we can.
Okay, sorry about that. So I'm not sure if this was already asked because me and my husband switched off with this meeting. Will the children that are attending 4 days a week be in the same cohort classroom? Like, if my children are going Monday, Tuesday, will they be the children that are attending that same classroom Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, and Friday?
You're talking about the teacher's student, the teacher's children?
Yes, or whatever staff member.
Yeah, so if they're in Mrs. McGovern's class, they'll be in Mrs. McGovern's class all 4 days. Yes.
So I'm just confused because I thought we were separating them so that they're not with the other group.
Yes, and we, I don't know if you were off when we answered this earlier, but the need to have our staff members in building is greater than the need to keep these couple of children, less than 50, as Dr. Stefanski
Yeah, I mean, if
said.
you spread that out over the course of 3 schools and multiple grade levels, it winds up being very, it's very small as far as how many classes will actually be affected by having a student in that class.
And can I ask a clarifying question? With the driving, how much of the driving force between our division of the alphabet in half was to cohort for cohorting purposes and keeping those cohorts separately? And how much of it was a necessity to reduce class size to a manageable level for social distancing?
I mean, it was both. I think, obviously, when we look to, it's both. We want to keep them for, we had to split them to the point where we wanted to maintain and have fewer than 12 in a class wherever possible. And at the elementary level, that pretty much exists. Take the 20% out of kids who are going all remote, that even lowers that. If there were going to be 10 per class, then now you're down to 8. So it did open up some room that we could. So it's both. It's both. I can't say one is 70% to 30%. Both were considerations.
And the direction that we've gotten from the state and what we will be following is that athletic practices and games will conduct as normal. Kids who are home, fully virtual, can come participate in practices in sports.
Correct.
Kids who are not in those days can come to school to practice go to practice in sports.
Mm-hmm.
So the cohorting there too.
Yeah, I mean,
not be reserved.
we do it as best we can, but it's not the idea that kids aren't going to mix and staff members aren't going to mix with kids. That's going to happen, and it's impossible to we could try to. It's about limiting, but as much as you can. But there's no way to do that, and that exposure. Once again, working with and talking with the health officials provides for low-risk behaviors, particularly if people are separated and masked. Me walking into a classroom does not, and if I maintain my distance and I have a mask on, does not overly increase the risk to anyone else in that room.
Right.
I'm not going to say, okay, yes, it adds another person to the room, but it's not like now all of a sudden it's created this high-risk situation.
Right. All right. Thank you.
Did you have another question, Ms. Catalona?
No, that was it. But possibly I do understand Jim's analogy of him walking in the room, but at an elementary level where my children will be, and I can only speak to that, the added person in the room is going to also be touching everything and playing with everything and more involved than just someone that just happens to be walking in and saying hello, because little kids, as we all know, are petri dishes and touch everything. And so I feel like it is more of a risk for them to not be separated, with the groups that they have been assigned to.
Right. I understand.
Well, that will be the case the vast majority of the time.
Will spots open up if, let's say, you have extra rooms in the classrooms? Will parents have the opportunity to send their children 4 days a week if there's extra space?
Not at this time, no.
Yeah, how would we make that determination if who would get that? What we say in our plan, what we articulate is that every 3 to 4 weeks we will be evaluating what the conditions are. If the numbers, which right now in Ocean Township are in terms of where we are, they're very low overall. If infections and the infection rates stay low and things stay low, then we can gradually start to move kids back to 4 days a week, and it's outlined how we would do that in our plan. So that's our goal, is to every so many weeks be able to incorporate more and more kids by grade level back into 4 days a week.
Awesome, thank you. That clears everything up.
Thank you. Mr. Dietrich, does that it?
I think Mrs. Kasuba wanted to say something regarding when they were sending things out. And
Right,
we
and then
saw
I know-
Sandy. I know I have you, Sandy. I didn't lose you.
Sorry, I couldn't get my speaker off at the time. I just wanted to say that the high school very similar to TOIS's letter, giving instructions for how to get on to each of the classrooms, a step-by-step 1-minute tutorial. So it should be good for everyone.
Thank you so much, Dawn. Okay, Miss Sandy?
Yep, last one, Sandy. Go ahead.
I will try to talk fast. Okay, first of all, in response to Alex Hayes, my daughters were extremely involved in almost all their clubs, groups, and activities at the high school for that whole 3 months we were remote. So, and the band has already started for this year, so Mr. Tiffis is very
They were
busy.
banging on their drums today outside the high school. It was awesome.
What's that?
I said they were banging on their drums outside the high school today. It was very
Exactly.
good.
I'm just saying that they were very involved. So I think you need to go through that list and make sure that there is people that are not taking leave, but for the most part, all the clubs, groups, and activities were very busy. But that was not my comment. I just had to respond to Alex. I just wanted to be clear, Dr. Stefankiewicz, earlier you said something about, did the bus drivers request the plexiglass and the plexiglass is not going to be in for the third week of September? Like they requested it and we're not going to have it in for them?
Going to go to Mr. General. I think he talked about the bus drivers.
Oh, okay. Whoever. I'm
Yeah,
sorry.
okay.
just for the bus drivers. Of course, they have other options with masks and face shields and things of that nature. So it's an added protection that they requested that we ordered for them.
Okay, and my last statement is kind of like a heartfelt one. It follows along with what Ms. Gilman brought up earlier today. There are many, many teachers who have to take the leave because they have health concerns. They might not be sick, they are not sick, but they want to teach remote, but they are not allowed to. I've heard your answers before. But on the other side of the coin, you also have teachers with health concerns who cannot financially afford to stay home and cannot financially afford to take that leave, and they are taking major health risks walking into that school every single day. So I don't know if as a board, you want to have a discussion behind doors or whatever, the teachers should be, that one policy with the teachers and their leave and all that, you should think about offering the teachers that cannot work in the school with health conditions the opportunity to do remote, because they want to, they're so upset that they're being forced to take this leave. And my my last thing that I just want to say is when you were talking about offering potential space for teachers that have kids in other districts to come and have, if their district is remote, have them at the school. I would hope, and I'm sure it's your opinion, but I would hope that the substitutes or whoever you're going to have watching that class, actually you've staffed every other class first, and that's the last thing you're thinking of, because we already have 20-something staff, or what did you say, 19 plus 8, 19 not covered, and I don't know how many of those 19 would have been covered by teachers that you allowed to go remote, but I would hope that you fill those 19, and you fill them with people that are qualified to actually teach the subject. I don't want to see somebody that knows nothing about algebra in an algebra class type of thing, or somebody in a chemistry class that knows nothing about chemistry or Italian or whatever. So I hope those things are all being thought of, and that this staffing situation with kids from other districts, that the subs for those are like the last thing on the list for getting subs. That's it.
We definitely discussed that, Sandy, so.
Thank you.
Okay. Can we move into agenda now?
Sure.
Okay. Approval of minutes, Dr. Marshall.
Thank you, Ms. McGovern. I move to approve the meeting minutes in accordance with Board of Education bylaws, the work meeting and executive session minutes of August 11th, 2020. May I have a second, please?
I'll second.
Any comments, corrections on the August 11th, 2020 minutes?
And you got mine?
Yeah, I was just going to say, I do have one correction. It's a name on the public meeting minutes. So I'll make that correction. It was just a typo, so that can be corrected, but I just want to note it for the record.
Okay.
Okay?
So others, Ken, can you call for approval for the corrected version of the minutes?
Yes, all in favor?
Aye. Aye.
Anyone opposed? Any abstentions? Okay, the motion carries.
Okay, approval of bills, Mrs. Fuller. Thanks for having me. I'm sorry.
Thank you. I move for the approval of the following paid items as detailed below, totaling $4,307,091.36. Can I have a second, please? Second. Thank you, Ms. Gilman. Mr. General?
Mr. Dietrich?
Yes.
Mrs. Fuller?
Yes.
Mrs. Gilman?
Yes, but I'd also, for a moment, like to comment on the bills. It seems that we're spending more on janitorial supplies and cleaning supplies, and I think that's a good thing. Just wanted to make that comment.
It's true. Mr. Haddon?
Hang on, Ken, we have to unmute him. He had dropped and rejoined.
Yeah.
Where are you, Mr. Haddon? There you are. Go ahead.
Aye.
Yes.
Dr. Marshall?
Yes.
Mrs. Parlamas?
Yes.
Mrs. Tallarico?
Yeah.
Mr. Weinstein?
Yes.
And Ms. McGovern?
Yes.
Okay, the motion is carried.
Okay, 6.3, I move to approve the Township of Ocean District revised restart and recovery plan for the September 2020 return to school. See attached. The attached plan will be resubmitted to the Monmouth County Superintendent for his review prior to the start of school. May I have a second?
I'll second.
Mr. General?
Okay, Mr. Dietrich?
Yes.
Ms. Fuller?
Yes, so I will vote yes, because I want to be supportive of how our district is moving forward, and I want to be thankful for all the work that Mr. Riley and everyone else on the task force did to get us to this point where we are. I just very much hope that this does not slide further past the 14th, but I will vote yes.
Okay, Mrs. Gilman?
Yes.
Mr. Haddon?
Yes.
Dr. Marshall?
Yes.
Mrs. Parlamas?
Yes.
Mrs. Tallarico?
Yes.
Mr. Weinstein?
Yes.
And Ms. McGovern?
Yes.
Okay,
And I
the
would like to second thank you to the task force and to everybody that's worked hard on trying to get this done. Okay, 6.4. I'll read it, but then we can go through it. Move to approve the second and final reading of the revisions to the following policies: 1648 Restart and Recovery Plan, 1648.02 Remote Learning Options for Families, and 1649 Federal Families First Coronavirus Response Act. So, Robin, I really, really appreciate you being here this long. For board members, I hope that board members have questions since we did keep you here this long. So, okay, I'm going to open it up to, discussion on these items. Ms. Gilman.
Robin, can you clarify then the exact difference between parents calling a meeting, requesting a meeting? Are they not part of the team? That was unclear when you were discussing it before. Can you just give us some clarification?
Certainly. A parent can always ask for a meeting, always. The district always has the right to say no. And I misspoke when I said that the team makes the decision whether to grant the meeting. The team that I was referring to in that circumstance is the teacher, the case manager, the related service providers, the consultation of the educational professionals to determine whether a meeting is necessary to speak about the child. And so I inartfully chose the team when I started talking about it. It's the district's responsibility to determine whether to grant or deny the requested action, which is to have a meeting. And they have to provide parents with written notice as to that determination.
Does that help? It helps, but I just would like to clarify too, because as Ms. Hayes brought it up, Lindsay, not Alex. And as you know, I know the board has seen sometimes, if it is denied by the district,
yes.
What is the parent's next option?
It always depends on the particular circumstances of the case. There are times that parents will say, I want an IEP meeting, and they won't even tell the case manager why they're asking for the meeting. And so in those circumstances, it's very hard to say, yes, we should take the time from all these educational professionals to sit down at a table to talk about an undefined issue. In those circumstances, I encourage communication to the parent to ask what the issue is from their perspective, and then follow up on the part of the district with the educational professionals working with the student. Now, it sometimes happens that the perception of the parent differs from the perception of the staff working with the student. If the staff doesn't have concerns about the appropriateness of the child's programming at the moment, and the child is making progress, and that's demonstrable, then there really is no need to have an IEP meeting under those circumstances. And what a parent can do is, if the parent thinks that the student needs additional supports, additional related services, additional modifications or accommodations, or a change in special education programming, they can always request mediation or due process.
Okay.
So can I ask a question, Amy?
Yeah, of course. Sorry, we went.
So just to reiterate, Robin, because I am concerned about what Mrs. White did say, and it's concerning to me if the parent is going to lose their identity in this team of people. Are you confident that that will not happen?
The parent is a very important member of the IEP team. Anytime the IEP team meets to make a plan for the student, the parent is absolutely to be part of those discussions. The parent knows the child in a way that people in school don't, and they have different insights and different perspectives that need to be taken into account. And their concerns need to be taken into account when programming for students. It's different, that's different than a parent having the unilateral ability to call a meeting. The parent can always request a meeting, but the district always has the ability to say no. The parent is not a member of the child's study team, and it is the district that has the legal responsibilities for programming for these students, and making sure that the students are offered a free appropriate public education.
Okay. Mr. Weinstein?
Hi, Robin.
Hi.
So to get to that next spot, if the meeting's denied and there was going to be some mediation, does that take a long time to arrange? Is it costly? Like, what is the hurdle there to go through that mediation?
Sure. The parent can file the request with the Office of Special Education Policy and Procedure. There's no cost for them to file. The mediator comes out from the state. Nobody paid. They're paid by the state to come out, and the mediation is supposed to occur per code within 30 days of when that request is filed.
Okay, does anybody else have a? Yeah, go ahead, Grayson.
So, since the pandemic, has there been an increase in parent requests to go? Since we've been on remote, has there been an increase in parent IEP requests have been denied?
I don't think there's been an increase. Ms. Zona would be in a better position to answer that question than I would. I don't get the day-to-day communication from parents requesting IEP.
My other question would be...
Wait, let's have Ms. Dona answer that, if that's okay, Grace Ann. Ms. Dona, she unmuted, so maybe she can answer that question.
There has been just a few people that have requested, and it's been explained that until the child's in the hybrid remote learning session, that's really hard to make any changes to what kind of accommodations they would need until the educational team's working with that child and knows what the access is or is not.
So can the parent then request again when school is open and.
Of course.
Okay, so she doesn't have to go to mediation right now. She can wait until a couple weeks, see how things go, and then request again.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
And then my second question would be, is there a way to change, how it's written in that policy? As Mrs. Wade had suggested. So instead of the school district staff, could it be, either taken out or put in as I don't know, the wording just be different so that the parents can be included?
I don't know that parents can ever be included in the determination of whether an IEP meeting is going to be held. The parents can always ask for it, but the determination whether to give that meeting rests with the district. And I think the good part about keeping that language in is it's consistent with the guidance that we've gotten from the state in terms of how to approach. The state has actually come out and said that IEP meetings may be necessary for students who opt to go on full remote learning. And it is a discretionary thing that was put in the guidance from the state. So I think the language in there is important. I think that the language was suggested by Strauss Esme, who I believe your board uses to write most of the policies that you've adopted. And I think the language is important and should stay. It makes it clear that there may be revisions that are needed, but that it is a discretionary thing.
You like the idea that it's clear that the decision is up to the district, because that's the way the policy is supposed to be. Is that correct?
I think it just keeps things clean, where there's no misunderstanding, such as the one Mrs. White commented upon earlier.
Okay. Does anyone else have any more questions for Ms. Ballard? No? Okay. I can't see. Sorry, I keep having to scroll. Okay. All right.
Amy, I just have one quick question. So
Sure.
the policy, we've not made any modifications to this? This is how we received it?
Yes, and when I did contact Strauss Esme, as Robin had indicated, that's what they had said. The attorney from Strauss Esme had said that language was directly from the guidance from the state.
Okay. Yeah, I've been on Pittman and a couple other schools in Jersey. It looks like it's identical. Okay, that's what I was wondering.
Do you have a question, Janice? No.
All right. So I moved it. I need a second on it.
Second.
That was Dr. Marshall.
Okay, so these are all three policies?
Yeah, does anybody have any questions about any of the other policies? No? Correct.
Okay, Mr. Dietrich?
Yes.
Mrs. Fuller?
Yes.
Mrs. Gilman?
Yes, but I abstain from 1648.02.
No. Vote no.
Mr. Haddon?
You should vote no.
Yes.
If you don't agree with it, you should vote no.
Dr. Marshall?
If you don't agree with it, you should vote no. If you abstain,
Yes.
you should vote no.
Mr. Parlamas?
Yes.
Mrs. Tallarico?
No,
On all three, or just the one?
just the one. 1648.02.
No and yes on 1648 and 1649. Correct? Okay. Mr. Weinstein?
Yes.
And Mrs. McGovern?
Yes.
Okay, so the two are unanimous and 1648.02 is 711.
All right. Sorry.
You guys need me to stay for any other part of the meeting?
I think you're okay to go.
Thank you.
Thank you, Robin,
so
for
much.
staying. If we have anybody that needs more questions from you, we'll email you.
Okay, great.
I appreciate it. Have a great night.
You too. Take care. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Financial Management and Resource Services, Mrs. Gilman.
Come a little closer. Thank Mr. Fuller. And thank you, Mrs. McGovern. There are 11 action items this evening for the financial management and resources services. We begin with 7.1, acceptance and certification of monthly financial reports, June 2020. The following resolution certifies the budget balances at the end of June 2020 were adequate to pay all remaining obligations of the 2019-2020 school year, and that account groupings required by the state have adequate balances. The board is also certifying that the independent reports of the treasurer and the business office are in agreement, as listed below. 7.2. The following resolution certifies that budget balances at the end of July were adequate to pay all remaining obligations of the 2020-2021 school year, and that account groupings required by the state have adequate balances. The board is also certifying that the independent reports of the treasurer and the business office are in agreement as listed below. 7.3, transfers. The following motion is to transfer monies from one account in the budget to another and provide the adequate balances referred to in the first motion. Move to approval of the attached resolution dated July 2020 covering appropriation transfers in the 2020-2021 General Fund 10. Said transfers shall result in no change in the total original appropriations. 7.4, use of facilities. Move to approve the use of facilities as per the attached memo dated August 25th, 2020. 7.5, bus fleet management and maintenance services. Move to approve the 4th year renewal of bid award with First Vehicle Services for the management and maintenance of the Township of Ocean bus fleet commencing on September 1st, 2020, ending on August 31st, 2021. The management fees will be $32,594, a 0 increase over last year. A target price of $465,574, a 0 increase over last year, reflects total estimated department costs such as parts, labor, and outside services. 7.6, joint agreement with West Long Branch Board of Ed. Move to approve the Township of Ocean School District in a transportation jointure agreement with the West Long Branch Board of Education, with the Township of Ocean Board of Education to act as host as follows below. 7.7, Chamber of Commerce. Move to approve 3-month rent forgiveness as per the request from the Greater Ocean Township Chamber of Commerce, as requested below. 7.8, Sodexo temporary custodians. Move to approve option 2 for temporary custodial services for 2020-2021 school year, provided by Sodexo Food Services per the attached proposal and contract contingent board attorney review and approval as listed below. 7.9, qualifying purchasing agent. Move to approve the resolution to increase the qualified purchasing agent's bid threshold from $40,000 to $44,000 effective July 1st, 2020, as listed below in the resolution. 7.10, student transportation route. Move to approve the contract with Michael Laurie Transportation for the 2020-2021 school year for the total amount of $150,000, $150,629.43, which represents a 0 increase over 2019-2020 year for the following routes as listed below. 7.11, student evaluation. Move to approve the contract for behavior educational consultation of a special education student with Brett Denovi and Associates, LLC. The contract for services will be an anticipated $303.75 per day for 180 days for an approximate total of $54,675 for the 2020-2021 school year as per the attached. Mr. General.
If I could just highlight a couple things. The board has mostly discussed all of these items, but on the use of facilities, I just wanted to note that we're still holding any indoor requests, so we have not granted them yet, brought them to the board yet, such as Boy Scouts and people like the Boy Scouts or Girl Scouts that are looking to use the inside of our schools. I don't believe that we're ready yet, waiting to see how the opening of school goes. And then I guess we would bring that back to the board to discuss further. So of course, any of the approvals are for outside only.
Can we place that to be on the agenda maybe for the Tuesday after school starts? Don't we have a meeting on the 15th?
Yes.
So maybe that week or the week after.
Sure.
Put it on the agenda.
Yeah. Okay. Then next is the temporary custodial. I think there was one question regarding benefits, and that is part of the pricing. And if Sodexo hung out this long, I think they're still on the line. So if there are any, and they have some of their facilities people with them, or they did at 7 o'clock. I'm not sure if they do now, but so if there are other questions that the board has, then we can certainly ask them regarding their training and expertise and some of the things that they bring to the table that we discussed last week. That was going to be a benefit, and I think we also discussed their ability to for PPE and to warehouse PPE. So we have that as a plan B, as a backup, as we're if we have difficulties acquiring equipment, acquiring supplies, that they can act as a backup, and they would sell it to us. But because they're much larger and they have colleges and things of that nature, that they have a bigger, pull, more leverage than we do with suppliers, and they have a larger on-hand stock. So that was another benefit of utilizing Sodexo for the extra custodial. So if anyone has any other,
I have a
and I don't know if
about the custodians. How will they work with our custodians? Like, who will take precedent, if you will?
They have a lead, but we will take precedent. We have head custodians. We're working in conjunction with each other. We have a head custodian meeting tomorrow where we're working on our daily our schedule of our cleaning schedule of minute by minute, basically throughout the day, accounting for recess and lunches, and of course it's different at each school. And then we're meeting with Sodexo, of course, as long as everything is approved, to go over that schedule with them and really try to divvy up what the jobs are. So they'll have a set cleaning schedule. So it's not going to be directing them every day. We will have a schedule for them and what the expectations are for them and what they're going to clean at each building specific throughout the day. I don't know if BJ or Liz or if anyone else from Sodexo facilities, if they want to add anything.
Yeah, Ken, they're still here.
Okay.
I'll give them. Want me to unmute?
I give them credit for that.
Yeah.
Who do you want to unmute?
Betty, I'm not sure what the screen names are.
Yeah, I'm unmuting them.
Okay.
Go ahead, folks. You can unmute yourselves.
Hi, everybody. This is BJ Jones with Sodexo Facilities. And we work in conjunction with the district to create the cleaning schedules and have assigned duties for each of the custodians each day to enhance the disinfecting and sanitization of the schools.
Yeah, and just to add, the legal department for Sodexo and Sean Kane, who handles our contracts, worked out the contractual language. That's why I had posted a draft, and then for the board, we had a finalized contract after we were able to go back and forth and agree on some changes. So that's all been taken care of through the attorneys. Because there were some contractual questions, I believe, last time also regarding if we don't start on time or if some of the differences. So we think we were able to work all that out.
And Ken, just to clarify what you said on the question I had raised, the rate that's included in the contract might be higher than our hourly rate, but that's because their rate reflects their benefits.
Yes, and BJ, I don't know if you can clarify as far as benefits and leave and things like that that's included in your in the hourly rate. And of course, that doesn't all go to the employee. Also, that's
Right, yeah, so
for
that's what we
Sodexo.
wanted to clarify last time, because I
Right.
just wanted, I think we want contracted employees to be paid at a higher rate than their own employees.
Right. No, they are not.
Well, you did work out the separation though. You decided to stop it early. You weren't.
Yes. Yes. Now we do anticipate that even if we have to stop, that we're going to need them. Because I'm anticipating if we have to stop, it's not going to be a good reason, and so that we're going to probably need that additional custodial for at least for some time before we would stop the contract.
Okay. Any other questions for finance?
And thank you, BJ, for holding on.
Yes, thank you to you all as well for hanging on so long.
So then we just need a second.
Second.
For Mr. Dietrich.
Sure, you got it.
Okay, Mr. Dietrich. This is 7.1 through 7.11.
11.
I have about 7-11.
Oh, okay. Go ahead.
Sorry. I had my hand up. Can you just give a little background on why one student has a personal private aid for over $50,000?
It's IEP driven.
I don't know if she heard you. It's IEP driven?
It's an IEP driven situation determined by the child study team.
And there's nothing more cost effective that we can hire through our own district?
That is the more cost effective option than other alternatives.
And the aid is a BCBA or an ABA? What is the aid?
I would let Jen, I don't know if Jen can answer that.
They are overseen by a BCBA, the instructional aid. I don't know if she has her AC.
Is it the same aid?
I'm sorry?
Is it the same aid? I mean, is that why it's so important to have this agency provide the aid?
I don't understand. Is it the same aid?
It's our, wait, I think Grace Ann, if I'm, yeah, the aid is provided by us, but they're overseen by a BCBA, and this is the BCBA cost, correct?
No, the agency supplies the aid and.
I got confused.
This calls for both.
Oh, gotcha, okay.
But I guess my question is it, like, what is so special about this one agency providing that service and not, you know, we have a BCBA, we can hire an ABA. I don't understand why we would outsource it, basically.
They provide a higher level of support than what our instructional aides can provide.
But we have a BCBA.
We do.
And we have ABAs or no?
No.
And I believe this started before we had the. I know we've had this a few years.
This has been ongoing then?
Yeah, this is an ongoing.
And how much longer will it go on for with this one student?
I really don't know. I can't answer that. I'm sorry.
I mean, it just, I don't know. It's concerning us that much money, and we have a BCBA that could oversee an ABA, and ABAs, you know, aren't, I don't think they're that expensive. But that's just my point.
I would just note though that if you took one of our aides and you added the benefits to that cost alone is not far off from the $54,000, depending on the level of benefits that the aide would have.
It would actually cost more, you're saying, to have the one ABA being supervised by the BCBA. The BCBA only meets with the ABA maybe once every 3 months.
I believe that they are consulting more frequently than that.
and this will go on for, you don't know how many more years?
It's year to year. The determination is made based off the data that's taken, so it's really a year-to-year determination. I don't know anything after past this year.
Thank you.
Sure.
Okay, so 7-1 to 7-11.
Okay, Mr. Dietrich.
Yes.
Mrs. Fuller?
Yes.
Mrs. Gilman?
Yes.
Mr. Haddon?
Yes.
Dr. Marshall?
Yes.
Ms. Parlamas?
Yes.
Ms. Tallarico?
Yes to everything but 7.11.
So that's a no on 7-11?
Yes, it's a no.
Okay. Mr. Weinstein?
Yes.
And Ms. McGovern?
Yes.
Okay, motion's carried.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Gilman. Planning and construction, Mr. Haddon.
Okay, I have one item. Move to approve Solution Architects professional service proposal and bid estimate to add server IT rooms to the current emergency generator at the high school for an estimated cost of $64,800 as detailed in the attached item, Mr. General.
We just need a second first.
Second.
So Ms. Fuller?
Yep.
All right, Mr. Dietrich?
Yes.
Ms. Fuller?
Yes.
Mrs. Gilman?
Did we discuss the adding of this room before?
Yeah, last at the workshop meeting. Yes.
The workshop meeting. Okay. Yes.
Mr. Haddon?
Yes.
Dr. Marshall?
Yes.
Ms. Parlamas?
Yes.
Ms. Tallarico?
Yes.
Mr. Weinstein?
Yes.
And Ms. McGovern?
Yes.
Okay, the motion carries.
Thank you, Mr. Haddon. On to instruction, education, and student activities, Dr. Marshall.
Thank you, Ms. McGovern. I have 10 motions this evening for consideration. Item 1, I move to approve the district curriculum for the 2020-2021 school year in accordance with the attached memos dated July 24th and August 25th. Item 2, I move to approve the request of the listed college students, attached list of college students to fulfill their clinical practice requirements during the 2020-2021 school year in accordance with the attached memo dated August 6th. Item 3, I move to approve the request of the attached list of college students to fulfill their early field practice hours during the 2020-2021 school year in accordance with the attached memo dated August 6th. Item 4, move to approve the request of the attached list of college students to complete internships during the 2020-2021 school year in accordance with the attached memos dated August 6th and August 20th. Item 5, I move to approve Emma Stark, graduate student from Monmouth University, to fulfill 150 internship hours at Ocean Township High School. Ms. Stark will work under the supervision of Anthony De Pasquale. Item 6, I move to approve out-of-district private tuition for the 2020-2021 school year in accordance with the attached memo dated August 25th. Item 7, move to approve out-of-district public tuition for the 2020-2021 school year in accordance with the attached memo dated August 11th, 2020. Item 8, I move to approve the State of New Jersey Commission for the Blind and Visually Impaired to provide teacher of the deaf consultations at a rate of $144 per hour for one high school student and 2 intermediate school students. Item 9, I move to approve the following settlement agreement, whereas the board is a party to 3 special education due process actions pending before the Office of Administrative Law, bearing OAL docket numbers EDS 14774-19, EDS 16168-19, and EDS 03911-20. And whereas the parties wish to amicably resolve the pending matters without any further legal action pursuant to the terms present to the board in the settlement agreement, now therefore be it resolved that the Board of Education approves the agreement of the within reference due process actions on the terms and conditions contained therein, and be it further resolved the board president is authorized to execute the agreement on behalf of the board. Item number 10, I move to approve the following non-resident students to attend Township of Ocean School District for the 2020-21 school year on a tuition basis. This is a 2nd grade student at $8,500 and a 4th grade student at $4,250. Can I have a second on items 1 through 10, please.
Second.
Okay, we ready? Mr. Dietrich?
Yes.
Mrs. Fuller?
Yes.
Mrs. Gilman?
Yes.
Mr. Haddon?
Yes.
Dr. Marshall?
Yes to all items except for 9.2 to 9.5, from which I recuse myself regarding Monmouth University.
Okay, Mrs. Parlamas?
Yes.
Mrs. Tallarico?
Yes.
Mr. Weinstein?
Yes, on all of them except for 9.2 to 9.5, and I'll recuse myself from my affiliation with Monmouth University.
And Mrs. McGovern?
Yes.
Okay, the motion is carried.
Thank you, Dr. Marshall.
Can I ask a question?
Sure.
I know that we've brought up in the past whether or not we can actually go past midnight. Have we resolved that with an affirmative? As long as it's a continuous meeting?
Yeah, my feeling is that you can. I've
Alright, thank you.
never seen that anything that says that you can't, and I've done it many times
I feel
before.
like I've done it in budget.
Yes, but.
Yeah.
I feel like we've done it in
Yeah.
years before.
We brought it up a couple weeks ago.
Just Middletown used to use that as a reason to make sure they didn't go past midnight. That's what they used to say.
Yeah, I mean, there could be an attorney.
That was their practice when I was there.
Yeah, there could be an attorney opinion somewhere that says that, but I've never.
Well, the thought was because you didn't advertise the meeting for the next day, that was the.
It's a continuous meeting, so, I mean.
Stop the clock.
Alright, let's hope that.
Still today.
Let's hope we got, let's go. Okay, alright, moving on to personnel, Mrs. Parlamas.
Yes, I'd like to make a motion to move items number 10.1 through 10.15. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Mr. Janneron?
Okay, Mr. Dietrich?
Yes.
Mrs. Fuller?
Yes.
Mrs. Gilman?
Yes.
Mr. Haddon?
Yes.
Dr. Marshall?
Yes.
Mrs. Parlamas?
Yes.
Mrs. Tallarico?
Yes.
Mr. Weinstein?
Yes.
And Mrs. McGovern?
Yes.
Okay, the motion is carried.
Thank you. Moving on to public relations, Mr. Dietrich, and remember you have an 11.3 now.
What's 11.3? Help me out.
The discussion about having our staff members who don't have children in, like, don't live in district, to have them come to our schools. Got it?
Not as
resident, not as enrolled
students.
Sorry.
But in a supervised
What he said.
capacity to allow their children to come in a supervised setting. So
that leaves can be mitigated.
Yeah, geez, Ken, I thought you were going to send me something to go with. A couple of words.
I'm as surprised as you are.
Okay, all right, so we have 3 items.
We did not say that in executive?
Yeah.
We did.
Okay. I know.
We did, but I thought he was going to then say something. Normally he scribbles it down on
I
paper.
didn't know what we were.
Physically there.
Yeah, I really didn't know what we were doing.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, all right, so item number 1, move to approve the request of Liquid Church Parsippany to donate 200 backpacks filled with school supplies to our district. Backpacks will be given to displaced and economically disadvantaged students in grades K to 12. 11.2 is a discussion, food service update. We'll discuss that Sodexo and the administration, the district food service provider will review lunch and breakfast plans for the upcoming school year. And then item number 3, I guess I'm going to move the ability for us to allow our teachers to have their kids in a supervised environment.
Appreciate it.
Absolutely. So Ken, did you want me to pull up the attachments for number 2?
Yeah, please, and I think maybe Jackie, and I'm not sure if anyone else from Sodexo wins the prize for staying on the longest. So I before I throw it to Jackie, I just wanted to announce that the Department of Agriculture did come out with the SSO. That's the provision where we're serving off-site during the summer, where they have now allowed that. I think it was just a day or 2 ago. Allow that to continue because of, I guess, a lot of the districts going to remote. So when we had originally talked about ending our summer option on August 31st, and then there was maybe a gap of a day or 2 before we started school, we were going to be able to go to the September 2nd and then September 9th and continue what we're doing now as far as off-site and the same food distribution schedule that we're on currently for the summer. And then Mrs. Wagner's here to talk about some of the things and see the attachment. One of the things that we've talked about in task force and at the board meetings is a way to order online for parents, actually, teachers, students. Well, I'm going to let Jackie explain it much better than I can. Are you still there, Jackie?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay.
So the district has been using the school cafe app, and the parents in the district, what they've always been able to do is apply for free and reduced meals on this app, and they've also been able to see their child's the history of what they've been purchasing and how much money is on their account. They were able to set alerts when they went under a certain threshold. So now this school year, we're adding a new feature that just came out with School Cafe, and it's online ordering. So a parent now, when they go onto their dashboard that they have, when they've set up a School Cafe, they're going to see a new link where it says place order. On this flyer, you'll see there's a little video that will give the instruction to the parent of how to use it. It's really quick. So they'll go on, they'll place order, they'll hit the place order, and they will have to pick the specific day that they're looking at. They could do the order for the week or for the month, but the menu will come up for that specific day, and they could go in and select their breakfast meal or lunch meal for their child. After they submit that communication is going to come to our nutrition department, where daily we will be printing out the labels of what the parent has ordered. And this way, we'll have that order, put it on a to-go box, and get it out to those cafeterias.
So that's for if they're all remote, or say for in-person Monday, Tuesday, they would utilize that for the Wednesday, Thursday, Friday meals that they would be, they could take home if they so choose.
Yeah.
Okay, so.
And all payments on there, we're really going to try to encourage our families to use that payment option. This way there's no cash coming through the classrooms.
Mrs. Fuller? Thanks, Jackie. What happens if a parent forgets to do it? How can we assure that the child will still get fed? Get the meals. Will there be kind of like default meals if they don't select something?
Great question. So not only will the parents have the ability to see this menu, but the classroom teacher will as well. So the classroom teacher will be able to go in and they can see if that child has ordered or has an order put in for lunch or breakfast that day.
Okay.
Will anybody be alert? Will the teacher be alerted to somebody who has not filled in anything?
The teacher will not be alerted, but the teacher could go in, because in the schools, K through 4, like your Wayside, they've already practiced this, where that was part of what they would do in the morning, is doing like a roster of what the child was ordering in the class.
Was part of their startup routine?
But I've already spoke with the building principals at Wanamassa and Ocean Township Elementary, and they know this is coming.
And if you remember, pre-referendum, we still would eat, the Wayside and Wanamassa would eat in their classes. So they had a procedure in the morning for taking orders from the students. So this is, and that was all paper rosters, as Jackie was saying. So this is going to help that, where really we can get it from the teacher or from the parent. So this should absolutely help us. This is a great thing.
It's a great option.
Great. Thank you, Jackie, so much. We always appreciate you, but especially at 11:46 at night. Thank you.
Is Liz on also?
Is Liz still here too? Because if she is, thank you, Liz. We appreciate you as well. We appreciate everybody that's here actually at 11:47. Awesome. All right. Any other questions?
A question about the Liquid Church. There's no, on the backpacks, there's no signias or anything like that. They're just backpacks, right? There's no advertisement or anything like that on them?
I didn't ask that question, so I don't think so, but I can certainly double check and make sure.
Well, if you could just make sure it's a no.
I will do that.
Yeah.
And also that there's no, I mean, I guess we checked, but there's no flyer inside that says, hey,
The Greek Church has done this for many years, and I don't recall any insignias or banner flyers. We'll double check within Liquid Church, but.
Well, sometimes it's a logo.
Yeah, right. No, it's a good point. Just, we've had religious groups do it before, and they follow. They haven't done it, but we're hopeful that the Liquid Church will follow suit with that. Yeah.
We'll make sure the answer is no.
Okay, great, thanks.
Okay, if no other questions, can I have a second for items 1 and 3?
Second.
Thank you.
Okay, Mrs. Gilman.
General, please call the roll.
Mr. Dietrich.
Yes.
Mrs. Fuller.
Yes.
Mrs. Gilman.
Yes.
Mr. Haddon.
Yes.
Dr. Marshall.
Yes.
Mr. Parlamas.
Yes.
Ms. Tallarico.
Yes.
Mr. Weinstein.
Yes.
And Ms. McGovern.
yes.
Okay, the motion is carried.
Okay, is there any old business from the board? I can't see everybody, so if there is,
I have something.
Dr. Spankwitz has something.
Well, if there's no other.
Go ahead.
For the first. They came up at the last meeting about the 504s for students, and I think Ms. Tallarico had that question, so I just wanted to follow up with that. So the 504s, which are typically done at the end of the school year, were just put off because we were on remote learning. So they'll be done once the students return. The previous 504 stays in effect until the new one is established. So that is the answer to that question.
Can I have something that might be old business actually? What are our plans, if we haven't already, to make the posting for the communications position that we had budgeted for? Now that we know that our state aid is not being cut, and I think perhaps someone dedicated to getting accurate communication out is at an all-time high.
Well, I think that there are a couple things.
Was today, so we really haven't had time.
Yeah, there are a couple things that we were still holding. So I would think, and of course we're waiting for the numbers to come out from today's announcement.
Right.
So I would think at the September 8th, when we have scheduled to talk about finances, that would be a good time to talk about that. Yeah, absolutely.
That was a part-time position, right? That was
Yes.
Sure.
And Kim, when do you think people should expect to get the bus route information?
I think the bus passes are going out. Is Maria still on the phone? I think within the next few days. We had this discussion today.
Okay.
Yeah, they're moving along.
Expectation of when to get received.
And there are a lot of moving parts between vocationals and each school, and parents are back and forth in the different cohorts, and so transportation should be commended. They did a great job, and again, as Dr. Spankwitz said, it's probably not going. There are going to be some bumps in the road, but no pun intended. But hopefully we should be prepared as well as we can with the work that they did.
Any other old business? New business, I forgot to mention, and you brought it up with transportation too, but I did really want to thank our transportation folks and our maintenance departments for doing an excellent job. I know that the teachers and the staff and the administration get commended a lot, but usually, at this time in summer, it's usually always a good thing to remember these people that have been in our buildings doing a ton of work. It was when we were at the high school, as I mentioned early in the meeting, on the new teacher training. You could see, the work that was being done. There was signs everywhere that said, "Don't come in here because we've waxed the floors," and "Don't come over." So it was very nice. They're working really, really hard in their everyday stuff, but also even harder to get us prepared to be in after all this time out. So I just want to thank them, and again, I know we said thank you to the Sodexo team, but you guys did a great job over the summer, you know, making sure that our food got out to all of our students that needed it, and we thank you for, you know, taking, you know, comments that, and making things better when they needed to be, and doing a great job with all of that. So thank you to everybody that's working hard. So other new business. Go ahead, Ms. Gilman.
Say the same thing. Senator Bill Powell?
Nope, so you take that
Okay.
first.
Yes, Senator Vin Gopal sent us an email asking what our district has done in terms of addressing mental health, and our wellness committee has done such a great job getting ready to address this issue that I think that perhaps you should respond in some way, or have a member of our wellness committee.
I haven't responded officially in email. I've actually spoken to Mr. Gopal about other things this week, and it came up, so he knows some of it, but we will, I will be talking to, I'll send something, or have Ms. Zona or Mr. DePasquale send something. Jim can help with that.
And a second to your commendation for the way the high school looked yesterday, and I'm sure all of the buildings looked the same. It was very strange walking in there yesterday and seeing everything waxed perfectly. The building was so clean, it was in beautiful shape, so kudos to all the custodians in every building. It was eerie walking in to see the sign advertising the lock-in, which was scheduled in February. But the welcome mat was definitely out, so great job.
Okay. Any business?
Yeah. Two quick things, and please don't kill me, my colleagues, for bringing up too many things. Ken, I guess this would be addressed to you. Ken, addressing this to you. Since I'm sure a lot of people who traditionally bus aren't busing, are we factoring in additional walkers, and if we might need crossing guards anywhere for those? And also, you know, have we advanced any of the conversations with the town? You don't have to answer this tonight, maybe we can talk about next time, about the places where we do have the missing sidewalks, where we've been, you know, asking them for years about kind of completing some of our safe routes to school. So maybe that's something we could talk about at a future meeting, with a lot of people opting to not bus.
I've not had a conversation about the safe routes to schools. I can follow up and see. I know they annually apply for that. I usually give them a letter, and there are things they need to get from us. But I haven't had that discussion lately. I can follow up. And then your first question, I have been in touch with the traffic division, Sergeant Gregory at the township, as far as additional help in the beginning of the school year, because we do know that there'll be more parent drop-off. I'm not sure if there's going to be more walkers, because walkers are, I mean, that may add to the parent drop-off. Right. So they have promised that they're going to give us additional support, at least for the first 2 weeks, until everybody gets into into a routine. So we've had those conversations, and they will be helping us.
Okay. And then just one other item, since we've obviously been, using Zoom for a lot longer than I think we'd all originally anticipated, and this is into the foreseeable future that we're going to be doing this, and I know that Mr. Dietrich has been very generous in allowing us to use his account, but I think at some point, wouldn't it make sense for the district to have its own, much as we've talked about doing for the schools, to have much larger forums, have our own Zoom account that we're using to conduct these meetings, but then also then having the record that we then post ourselves, the entire video online ourselves, our own recording of it, because it is obviously being posted, but it's not ours per se. That's been us that's doing it, and I think since so many parents would like to refer back to these meetings to be reminded of what we say or clarify something that we say, for us to have the ability to then post, not just the audio but the video, since we are doing this in this format, I would ask that that's something that we look into.
I didn't realize we were using Jim's.
Me either.
Jim, we're using your personal account or your company account?
Company.
We did just do the purchase order for this.
Oh, you did? Okay.
There you go. Thanks,
Kelly. Okay, so, can you put on the September 8th meeting as well to discuss posting it and hopefully how long does the purchase order take?
I'm not sure.
Okay.
That I don't know, how long it's gonna take, I don't know.
Okay.
So we need us to meet next week to approve sub list? Because we're not scheduled to meet a week from today, right?
I don't know that. I don't know right now that we have to. But I'll certainly let you know.
Yeah.
Right, we need to add a meeting.
Yeah, if we need to add a meeting for personnel, we can do
Right,
it.
yeah, right, whatever personnel, I should make it specific.
Right. Any new staff?
All right, that's the end of my list.
Any other new business from any board members? I think we're on new business. No? Okay. All right, so at this point, we'll go back to public comment. It is 12 o'clock. Do we have anybody, Mr. Dietrich?
Yep, starting with Cindy. Go ahead, Cindy.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Not yet.
3 more minutes.
Then I'll wait. So the first question, if Jackie and Liz are still here, actually, the Department of Agriculture program, if I'm not mistaken, included families of students receiving special education services. So with that criteria continuing, does that framework also continue? Would be the first part of the question.
Jackie I saw her still here.
They're still here.
Yeah. The reason I'm asking,
somebody's talking.
This is Liz.
Hi,
Liz.
Hey, Cindy. So, yes,
okay.
It would be just like a normal school year, yes.
Well, right, but the kids receiving special education services in a normal school year, unless they qualified for free and reduced lunch, did not receive any type of food assistance. But with the Department of Agriculture program, they did expand it to children with special education services. So the reason I'm asking that is that, and we need to think about it for all of our kids too, but how are we going to accommodate virtual days and pickups? Because during summer, we didn't accommodate that very small time window, and many parents were online because they were in ESY or summer school programs and couldn't get there. The other piece of that is that many parents didn't know that it was available. And I know we put up the posters and I know but I think we need to do a little bit more outreach for the regular school year now that we have everybody's attention, and make sure that people know that these things are available to them. So that would be my request and suggestion. And the virtual days is a problem. If you're only doing it during a small window when we're supposed to be over our kids' shoulder teaching them or helping them be taught, then it's impossible to get in the car and go.
I'm going to ask Jackie to speak to the virtual days because I know she and Ken have had conversations regarding this. So, Jackie, are you still here?
Yeah, I'm here. So the virtual days, when the students are in school Monday and Tuesday, when they are dismissing on Tuesday, they are going to take a 3-day bag for Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. And then those students that are in on a Thursday and Friday, on Friday dismissal, they'll be taking a bag for Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday.
And what about our fully remote students? How are we going to service them?
Or Mr. Janaranda,
Yeah, I can.
still go with the Wednesday delivery, correct?
Correct, because that's when we'll have additional staffing with our bus drivers, with some of our bus drivers. They will not be driving a bus because everyone will be virtual, unless, of course, we talked about vocationals or out of district special ed or private schools. But the bus drivers that we have available, we're working on a system to on those Wednesdays to deliver the food for the all remote students.
But again, if we are mandating that all of our students be present and accounted for online, how are we expecting them to go to pick up food?
Well, that's why I said deliver. We're looking.
By each house?
We're
like we did over the summer?
No, we're working it out. We're hoping to do as much as we can so that to take off as much as we can from the parents.
I understand. I'm not saying, I think maybe a shift in timing may work.
Yes.
Just making it from 3 to 5 or from 7 to 9 and 3 to 5 may work. But you know, we don't necessarily have to deliver to every doorstep, but make the times more accessible. That is a suggestion.
Thank you.
But thank you. And notification to the parents of the people who are eligible to receive free and reduced lunch through the Department of Agriculture program. I think we need to be more specific and let families know what is out there for them. We're now going into 5 months, as everybody knows, and not everybody has gone back to work. So things are getting a little critical. And that's it for that topic. So with regards to 164802, I just want to thank you all for asking insightful questions and for having the district attorney come to answer those questions for you. However, as you saw that she changed her answers from the initial conversation, there were a couple of other things that she didn't present to you appropriately. When a family goes to mediation, they have the option of going by themselves, but they would be going up against the district attorney. So I would venture to guess, and Jen Zona can give you an answer, probably better than 90% bring an advocate or an attorney with them. So it is not free. It costs them a significant amount of money. A lot of the statements were backtracked on, and I just have to say, Mr. Dietrich, you made a decision based on 2 school districts. One has 10,000 students, one has 1,200 students. They're no way the same as our district, and I think that we just have a responsibility to focus in on what's happening in our district when we're making decisions that affect the families in our district.
That's perfectly fine. Can I respond, Mrs. McGovern?
Sure.
I don't disagree with you, Mrs. White. At the end of the day, I'm not the person who should decide whether or not that's right, because we did not modify it. No, I don't write legislation. We did not modify it. It was created, allow me, I let you talk. It was created by lawyers. It's approved by the Department of Education. We've not modified it. So you're saying it's illegal, but it's going through lawyers and the Department of Education. So if it ends up being illegal, they're going to overturn it. My job is to approve policy or to deny it. And I don't have enough experience to deny that policy just based on your comments. That's all.
So first of all, it's not legislation, it's policy. Second of all, you did change the policy as a board. When I brought up the timing issue in that exact same policy, the board went back and said, oh wait, this doesn't make sense. And they changed it. So
I specifically asked the question tonight if we changed the policy.
To the attorney who changed her answers 4 times. That's all I'm going to say.
Okay.
So again, I appreciate the thoughtful and insightful questions that you all asked, but I sadly think that you sent a very clear message to a lot of families tonight. So I just had to leave it with that.
Thank you.
And Alex, here you are.
Sorry, I'm muting myself. I don't know if there's people behind me, but I swear I have like 4 yes or no questions. But I wanted to just start with a comment, and it kind of piggybacks on Cindy, and I would have mentioned this at the first public comment, but we moved me to the second public comment. I think that this district's unwillingness to add the words or parent in that 1648 3D, I hope I'm getting that right, to that IEP language, to me, it really seems like the intent is to reduce the number of IEPs that this district has on record, how many special ed kids are getting services. I think that's the impression that you all are giving by not adding parents to that language of that policy. So that is my comment on that. And I think that's a disservice to the students that need more IEP discussions. I have a question. Will we be allowing gaiters instead of face masks?
Yes.
Well, the task force is investigating that. There's been some discussion. There was one study that came out that said that gaiters do not provide good protection. I've read some articles after that that really said that some of the negative intent or the negative press that gaiters have now gotten as a result of that one study was kind of blown out of proportion. So I think that's something the task force will examine this week, and then we'll provide some guidance on that. Obviously, from what we've heard, at least 2-ply, the cotton face masks are typically considered to be the better choice. But we originally spoke about gaiters and allowing them, but that study has come out, some press has come out, so we're taking a look at that this week.
So that will be Alex, but to your point, that will be released to the families by this weekend, because personally, that's what one of my kids wears, and I was just about to place an order tomorrow to buy more, so.
Well, the cloth face mask lobby, I think, came out with a study that said gaiters might not be that good. So, we're looking at that. Like I said, the study came out, but then I read an article kind of saying, that's not what we intended. People who did the study, that's not what we really intended. But so.
Well, I know families that their kids will only wear gaiters. So if we're suddenly going to say, no, it has to be face masks, we need to give them as much advance notice so they can buy them.
I agree with you.
Well, remember, we have plenty of PPE that we can provide to our students.
True. The settlement agreements, the legal settlement agreements, were those covered by our district's insurance company? Were they paid out by that?
Which were the special ed one?
Legal settlements that were announced tonight.
Personnel would be no. I think the special ed one would be no also. So neither.
Okay, thank you. Are we going to be having an emergency Board of Ed session next week?
We're not sure yet. If we did, it would be for personnel reasons. We'll know later this week. As of right now, no.
And I think this is my last question. I didn't look at high school or middle school. I apologize. With the 3 elementary schools, in what Jackie was talking about, the food that goes home, like on Tuesdays and Fridays, the wording of each principal's was a little bit different. I think the way I read it was one elementary school only gave the free food to the free and reduced kids, and then one of the other elementary schools, I forget which, made it seem like every kid in the building on Tuesdays and Fridays is going to be getting the free food to take home. So I wonder if at some point there could be some clarification on that, because I read it as everyone's going to get free food.
Can you email?
I can every parent has a chance to order food in the hybrid model. So if you wanted to purchase
The free food.
the free food, it said specifically free food would be free and reduced once the hybrid model starts. After the 14th.
That sounds like what one of your wording and one of the principals letters saying. I forget which one. If I need to be down, maybe one of them, I forget. But one of them says all students will be getting on Friday and 2 days of food on Tuesday or whatever it is. So I was like, wow.
Yeah, we can go back.
Yeah, they could. I'll look at the wording. They certainly could now, and it wouldn't be free though for some. So I'll check the wording.
Okay. Thank you.
Liz, I see you unmuted. Did you want to add something to that?
Oh, I had one more question. Sorry, no, wait.
No, Liz?
No, I'm good.
Okay, sorry. Okay, go ahead, Alex.
All right, and then my last question is, 11.3 wasn't in the agenda. So how did you all get to vote on that?
We spoke about it during executive session, and we can add items to the agenda if we need to coming out of executive session.
that can be immediately voted on?
Yes.
Okay.
And it was discussed first. Right.
Yeah, like it was discussed yesterday. I'm joking, it's 12:10.
It was
I'm like, I wasn't there yesterday.
Yes, you were.
At 12:12.
Yeah, it was discussed in executive session, and Dr. Stefanko discussed it during his report, and then we were able to vote on it. But we can vote on things, yes, in the same day that we speak about it the first time.
So will that wording for 11.3, since it's not in the public agenda, will that be typed in and added?
Yeah, as part of the minutes.
As part of the minutes, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Mr. Dietrich, anybody else?
Yes, there's one left.
Okay.
Let me find Linda here. Here you are, Linda. Linda McKeon. Linda, you can unmute yourself. There you go.
Linda?
Hey, okay, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, hi, Linda McKee, Underfield 5 Camp Avenue, Montemassa. I just have a few quick questions about, usually we get all of our paperwork sent home to us, fairly early, and we have different options that are available, about bus schedules, and I know that wasn't something that you had prepared yet. The other thing was supply lists, especially for TOIS. The paper list, is paper list an option for that?
I'm sorry, is paperless supply list option? Is that what you said?
Yes, like going totally paperless, because I'm really not comfortable having my kids bring stuff back and forth, from classroom to home, and then everybody else doing the same. It's kind of scary to me. I was wondering if that was an option. I noticed there's a lot of teachers that did not list yet, and some are saying maybe paperless, maybe not. So I'm not sure if that's something if that's a question that could be brought up in the future that can be sent home.
It can definitely be discussed.
I'm trying to understand. What do you mean by?
So instead of needing a binder, correct me if I'm wrong, Linda, but usually it's like 2 red, 5 whatever binders. So instead of bringing a binder, she's asking if we could do Chromebook only, because bringing a binder from class to class to class, it's germ to germ to germ.
There's really, the students aren't sharing a binder. Just because it's being taken by that student to a different class does not, that doesn't create a significant increased health.
I can't be guaranteed that there won't be an unmasked child in my kid's class, which means if they sneeze, their stuff is on my kid's binder. And it's not just one, there's no lockers this year, which means I already looked, there's about 3 people that want binders so far, and that's 8 classes.
I would say maybe reach out to the teachers.
Mr. Amato he's here, he's listening to that, and maybe a conversation they can have with their pandemic, response team and see if that's something that, they feel is appropriate.
Okay, and just to make everyone aware that this meeting still hasn't been as long as a normal school day, so it is a tough thing to sit through, especially being the last person to speak. I have just one last question. Will we have the option to opt out to show your face on the virtual classroom?
You mean to not be present? You mean like to just have your name?
No, present with voice, but not with video.
Really hasn't been discussed. That's we've heard a lot of parents who want to talk about their kids being engaged, and it's hard to do that if you're not present visually, I think. But if there's a particular concern, I think you can talk to your teacher and express that concern, speak to the principal. You know, we could see.
Well, there were concerns in both schools last year, and it didn't actually happen to my child, but it happened to a friend of hers, and people were screenshotting, taking pictures of them, and they're really uncomfortable being on screen.
When you say people, do you mean the teachers or students?
Students were taking screenshots or pictures with their phones of students like falling asleep, itching their nose, doing whatever, and they don't want to be caught doing that on video. So they're nervous about that.
Okay. To my knowledge, that's the first time I'm really hearing about something like that, so we can discuss that administratively. And let you know.
But Dr. Spiegel, isn't there also going to be an acceptable use
policy,
right? But I mean, maybe we just worth mentioning that here, you know, that will be clearly.
Yeah, there's expectations for students, you know, on when they're on video platform. So, you know, like I said, that's the first time I've heard something like that.
Those types of activities would be explicitly prohibited and would be
we
code of conduct.
be expressing exactly right. Just the same as at school. You know, if the kids are sitting in a classroom, we would not allow the student to take a picture of someone and then post it or whatever. So if that happens, that's addressed. Yeah, that's addressed administratively.
And other privacy measures will be outlined in that code of conduct. You know, acceptable use, so that.
Right.
But I think that was in our privacy contract last year that was sent home when we went virtually originally, and it happened anyway. I mean, kids are going to be kids and do things.
Right. So if that kind of thing happens, you know, please make the teacher or make the principal aware of it, and they can address it.
Okay.
We have in school setting, we have all kind of rules that sometimes the kids don't follow, unfortunately. So when they do that, we definitely you know, want to make people aware of it, and then we can address it.
I know last year it was an option to be on video or not be on video. That's why I was asking this question.
Well, I think that's what I mean. I think if you communicate with the teachers, I think that there are times that it's going to be very important for the kids to be present that way, and there may be other times when they may not have to be, you know, depending on what's going on specifically in the class. So, you know, as we talked about earlier, I don't think the kids on virtual, that our intent is for them to have to be visually present there 7 hours, you know, of the day.
Right. Okay. Well, that's all.
Thanks, Linda.
Thank you.
It's good to hear your voice.
Yes, yours too. For 12 hours.
I know. Anyone else, Mr. Dietrich?
Nope.
Okay. Can I have a motion to adjourn?
I'll make a motion.
Second.
All right. We're adjourned. Thanks, everybody.
Good night, everybody.
Have a good night.
Good night.
Farewell. Good night, sweet prince, flights of angels.
Wait.
So